Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, wherever you may be watching from around the world. Welcome to Tianjin and V1 Auto World. My name's Jake Sperry, bringing you all of the action here as top 32 runs on down to 1. And we get ourselves then acquainted with this lovely, lovely circuit. A lot to go and deal with here, a lot of battles to go and jump on as we will take a very strong look at the action that will go today. We've got 5 judges available: Stefan Zev on line, Denis Denisov on angle, Stash Dolgic on commitment, Danila Vorobiev on fluidity, and Vernon jumping in on pace. Those 5 judges have the ability to pretty much say, let's go, and really get into the nitty-gritty. As we say, one driver runs forward, one driver chases, and they know they've got the big understanding of where the runs are going to lie. A lovely bracket that we have available and a lovely circuit that we take this lovely zoom on in with. 3 outside zones to start the run, a D-cell zone in the midst of OZ3 with those 2 transfers, and then ITG1, ITG2, ITG3, and TG4. A technical end to the lap with the fast right, left, right here on what is the experience circuit that is here around this track. And actually a section of this circuit that was initially introduced back in 2018, the original circuit layout, before they expanded it out to the FIA Grade 2 standard. It now becomes with the E-circuit and then the long experience circuit that uses semi-permanent road out there and running. Now, Tandem here, courtesy of Assetto Corsa, will give you an understanding of what these drivers are going to be looking for here. So if you want to push it here to the door, OZ1, you're going to fly with everything that you have, find a way to transfer over and flick it into OZ2, carrying the speed, getting up then through the gears and getting that level then in for OZ3 that comes along immediately afterwards. And you're trying to use everything you can through the D-cell to get into these technical zones where you've just got to try and leave enough room to transfer through. ITG2, transfer again. ITG3, you've got to really chase back to the door on the finish, and you don't have much time to get there. So how early you get back there is going to be critical for understanding whose run is going to be best. Now, out of qualifying, Artyom Shabanov was the best out there on 96. Urian Nielson second on 95.5. Shabanov taking a super top 4 yesterday. Kudai Sebagy and Mitch Lana third and fourth, with Maxim Grossman fifth. Then Zhang Xin-Chen, Yarko Yulha, and Matskovich Kirill making up your top 8 at 92.5 points out there. Absolutely ace in terms of how that has all set itself about. Mika Keski-Korpi is there and going to be in 9th position, with Leonid Schneider rounding out the top 10. Drivers like Pavel Corpalinski there, Jason Yi, Tong Ling, Sebastian Fontine down in 16th position. Then on 86 points, we'll be thinking, okay, I want a good day at the office to come along now for my next stage. So he will be looking at this. Now we go to the second half, who they will have to look at. Echo Gao and Jerry Ju, unfortunate to actually be outside of the top 16 on scores of 84 points, nearly on 86. Bottom half the bracket, wow, Diogan, Luca Liu, Nick Lee and Kiteako there in the number 3 car, the 24 seed. Anyone who's scoring in the 70s and the 80s have a really, really great job of understanding just how much work there is to do. You got Xanhur there in 25th, Marco Liu, Kevin Lang, Lee Seongyang, Johnson Chen there 29th, Gleb Melazov, Lu Xiao, and Zhang Hao in the number 32 seed on 71.5 points. We did have a massive thunderstorm come over last night, so all of the rubber that's been laid down over the last 3 days would have been completely washed away for the run that we will have coming on up. So it's going to be very, very tough for people to get assessed. They've had about an hour and a half's worth of practice to get back together. The track completely dried through that section, and actually a couple teams had a lot of problems then as they go through, as we take a look at the bracket, because likes of Time Up and Rydans both had massive tent blowovers that caused them to dry out their cars as early as possible as they went on in for their sessions. There was also a collapsed tent for the likes then of Lu Xiao and Sam Chen Artem Shabanov and Xanhur will see Sebastian Fontine and Leo Lee. Matskovich, Khil and Xanhur against Mika Keski-Corpi and Kiteako. Some interesting battles there. Mitch Lana and Johnson Chen. And I think this is going to be the battle of the round. Jason Yi and Echo Gao. About 7-8 years ago, those two were a couple. Now it's a battle of the X's between them. Maxim Grossman, Lee Seongyang and Sam Chen versus Dio Gan at the bottom of the left-hand side of the bracket. On the right side, Urian Nielson with a brand new gearbox will go against Lu Xiao, Tong Ling and Vangi will then scrap it out there as Yarko Yulha will deal with Marco Liu, the experienced veteran, and Leonid Schneider will have Nick Lee for company. Kodai Sebagy will be up against Gleb Melazov to start, Kevin Lee and Jerry Ju, then who are quite close to each other in the paddock. They'll be going out on battling. Zhang Xinchen and Kevin Lan will be there, and then you've got Pavel Corpalinski then finishing off that against Luca Liu, and they will be kicking themselves off into big battle here at this wonderful, wonderful track. They know more than anything else, this is a day where top 32 is going to really be aggressive. Top 32 cut will go before lunch. After lunch, we will have 16 all the way down to the round robin as that all sets itself out. We are going to step aside then for just one moment here with you live with the Royal Drift Series. When we come back, we'll be right firm into the action with top 32 here from V1 Auto World in Tianjin.
Three, two, one, action！
漂移我认为是一项很帅的运动。
蹦蹦！
其实我们也非常欢迎这样的大型博主，然后参与到这个漂移运动当中来。
我认为漂移是更精彩的，因为它像 NBA 一样，它每一秒钟都会发生事情。
这一次也是哇，直接撞领先掉头，哇！ 其实是为数不多见的拥有女车手的车队。
最厉害的点是因为我是女的呀，我是女生。
再折身过来，我们法拉利3道内线能不能顺利出完？这一次是总共超过有100万美金的奖金全年度。
它对我来说是一个巨大的挑战。
这就是 Royal Drift Series， 而这不过是一个漫长故事的开始。This is Royal。
They say drift already has its kings, its legends, its places on the map.
First car to the line.
But what happens when a new place decides it wants everything?
Everybody stand by.
Not next year, not someday.
Car 90 is out.
Now. This is China, and this is not just another race weekend. This is the start of something bigger. A new championship, new names, new pressure, new rivals. A chance to write history from the very first run. Because when everything is new, every battle means more. Every corner matters more. Every name has a chance to become the first one remembered. And one question hangs over all of it. Who is about to change the sport?
Hey, look ya. Gotcha. Hey, look.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here to V1 Auto World here in Tianjin. A look over in the middle as we find ourselves betwixt and between the capital of Beijing and Tianjin there in the bottom right corner. Track that opened in 2018, the current layout, the longest layout, 4.3 kilometers, 19 turns, and one of Hermann Tilke's designs in terms of racetrack out there. It's an automotive innovation ecosystem park with motorsports and lifestyle complex all and available. Fans out there will be up in that building, the spotters on top of the tower, having a good old look on down. The judges in the cherry picker at around OZ3, having a really good look at things. So food available for the fans that turn on up. Some lovely, lovely street drift cars out there looking to get on through. Now, here at Tianjin, we started with Tianma back in Shanghai in June. We're here in July. We got 3 in 3 months to finish off the championship, but we will miss out August. We'll have September, October, and November in Ningbo, Zhongzhou, and Hangzhou with the Zhejiang circuit to finish off the season. So I'm going to be really looking forward to Ningbo on the coast. You've got Hangzhou, which really looks pretty for the area to finish the championship, and then it feels very industrial, very gritty when you go to Zhongzhou. Feels something out of a Need for Speed game going to Zhongzhou, so that's going to be really, really fun. But here at V1 Auto World, it's now going to be about who looks to run the bracket down. And it's quite a simple job, ultimately. You've got to win 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times to go and get it all sorted. Apparently, we're going to get our truck sorted out there to say, right, we are going to be in drift spec, and we are going to be very, very happy with what is about to come on into play. Rolling now down is Artyom Shabanov, the #1, and so that is going to be a really strong battle here with what we will see. He's got, though, the understanding of a driver who knows what it takes to be #1 in qualifying. Did so at the welcome round. Xanhur will be the one next. And interesting thing to note here with Marvi, Charlie Luo, by virtue of not qualifying, has handed his car over to Xanhur to work with. The Lexus IS200 or Toyota Altezza, exactly the same in terms of it, just a different name. Struggling with the handbrake caliper over through qualifying, and I was talking with Kevin Lee earlier on, yesterday evening, very late into the night, and he said, well, I struggled with the Altezza in round 1. Zhang's struggling with it in round 2. We're going to have to break the car apart, see what's wrong with it, and take it back. In the meanwhile, Zhang can go back to the car that he normally ran, and ran really well in the welcome round, and say, right, I want this one to be where I want to go. We are maybe on a little bit of a timer here, even though it is bright sunny skies. There might be some rain coming at about 6 o'clock, so I think we're just going to be trying to rush to get all the competition in before it chucks it down again here, and hopefully no lightning comes along, as my weather forecaster said there might be a little bit of out there to go with. So I would be keeping a very, very close eye on what's going to be going about then, and so I would be very much intent on seeing, okay, what am I going to find, where am I going to find my opportunity, and there in the yellow, the pink and the black and white, their lovely popping livery coming out there for Xanhur to now go and scrap with that Supra that comes along then and it goes for it. So, qualifying results then were key, and really the strength here is, what do you see? So it's 1 place 32, Artyom Shabanov, 96 points in qualifying. Xanhur qualified through on 71.5, had to wait for Seongyang, who ultimately came out on 71 exactly. So that is going to be for Xanhur now a chance to pull that number 22 further forward. Chen said to me, right, I don't quite know who was driving in that Altezza, but I'm sure it's going to be a much better Xanhur today. There are the tents that have come up rather than the awning. The awning actually flipped over the top of that massive hauler truck this morning. The Rydan's tent also had a really, really horrible time of things, so they weren't too happy. The likes of Pavel Corpalinski is going to be in a wet race suit all day today, and he's going to just be out there sunbathing effectively, trying to get it dry as much as he possibly can for his run out there. So for all of you who are joining us in here live on the YouTube chat, if you want to head over to our socials, you can find all of the information of what happened on Saturday yesterday to get you up to speed. You'll see the qualifying results that are pinned up there, and you'll get an eye on the bracket to get yourself ready and up to speed. And you can follow us on all the socials out there, not just here with the likes of Instagram and Facebook, and out there in the world of our section, as well as following us and subscribing on YouTube. But you can also go to Redbook and Bilibili. You can find yourself on Douyin, for example. Then you can catch the likes of Review then in that regard. So there's always a lot of options available for you to go and enjoy your content that is there and available here. And it's a big ni hao from us here at the World Drift Series to everyone watching here around the world. So getting this one all rubbered up then in terms of getting the heat into the tyres in the runoff zone that is normally dedicated then to turn number 3. And you're absolutely right, must be the water, which is words of wisdom there as they went on through. Reliably informed that there is no lasting damage for any part on any car, so they've all got away with it lucky then on through. I was kept up by that thunderstorm, and I kept seeing it flash and flash and flash, and we had some howling winds at about 3:30 in the morning that woke up some of the drivers as well, so it wasn't just me starting to feel the heat, and a double espresso shot needed for it. There is then Leo Lee very desperately trying to get in and ready on the number 19, because he's next up after this competition, so he's got to get himself in the car and ready, as he will have Sebastian Fontine then to go and work with, who's complaining about having absolutely no boost. He's down to 0.5 of boost. We'll talk about that a little bit more when their run comes up and going for the Dutchman from Amsterdam. Artyom Shabanov burning it down, looking to try and get some heat in. So this will be about whose run will set on in ready. So the start of today's proceedings are going to be really, really important here, because this sets the tone for every other piece of competition that then looks to go and follow. Shabanov on the season opener in Shanghai Tianjin had his engine pop at top 8 as he gives us a nice wave ready and going. Xanhur didn't have the opportunity to run last time out at Shanghai Tianjin, so he's looking at this going, well, I get profit because I have more points than I did at the last round then as they sorted out. So Artyom Shabanov then with that Toyota Supra A80 2JZ engine, 1,000 brake horsepower, Xanhur ready, and Pavel Nagoda will give them the call to say, right side ready, left side ready. In fact, that's not Pavel Nagoda, but the two crews there already and sorted. So, first run of the day. Let's get it underway. Very close there on the initiation. They've got to be very alert to that. Flat out then from Xanhur, who goes nowhere and takes 4 codes for his troubles. Could not initiate that any way he likes. Artyom Shabanov runs for the hills, and ultimately that's a case of Xanhur not having that one come out in any single way, shape or form. There, look at that. It was very close on initiation. It just would not get any form of angle. He then got shallowed out as he had basically gave himself no room there to Xanhur going through there. And Artyom Shabanov, absolutely nothing wrong with what he's done there, but a disastrous moment then on that first run for Xanhur, who basically straightened out, and all Artyom Shabanov has to do is stay relatively close to the door now. The boss of all bosses saying, right, you don't go there, I go there, you try and follow on the other side of the door, sunshine. And so that for Xanhur, finally got it out there at OZ2, but you're going to take 4 codes for your troubles, you're going to drop 10 points, quote unquote, and so that's going to be very, very tough for Xanhur to go and deal with. Now he's going to have to turn around the other side and go, okay, now we're going to go and pull ourselves into play. Now, normally they will have 1 minute to assess any of the car out there, or to see if there's anything that is needed. They have as well a competition timeout available if they have to make some quick repairs out there, which is an allotted 5 minutes to go and get themselves set up then for the next run. And they'll look at that and say, right, this is what we saw on the run, we're quite happy, and we will be looking at this going, oh yeah, I want so much more of that. And there in the waiting room is Leonid Schneider and Maxim Grossman, the championship leader, having a good chat with each other, seeing the time up teammate there, Orion Nielson in the background, then just keeping a good close focus of his teammate, and waves going in then from everybody as they notice that they are on camera. And they're going to be down in at position number, well, just there behind those tents there in Garage 31. They find themselves as there's Seb Fontine there on the right-hand side, just looking to put himself into position. So Artyom Shabanov is happy. He will now move himself back down to have another go of it. And Xanhur is a solitary figure that we have not seen come back round. So I'll be intrigued to see how Xanhur goes. You see the damage there on the front there, how it's all, well, basically sewn up together there on the front bumper for Artyom Shabanov. That was with the contact with Lee Seongyang in Friday's practice, so they had to get the bumper back together again and ready for Saturday. So he's not had a completely squeaky clean time of things over the course of competition. But it is a case of, well, I'm ready, I'm up, I want to go and get myself everything that I need to. And Artyom Shabanov knows that it's been pretty regulation for him in terms of the start. So he pulls over to the right-hand side, which indicates to me that Xanhur has got too much of a problem. That means that he cannot continue. So it looks like he will have a quote-unquote run of honor. There's Kevin Lee on the right-hand side. And officially there, you see the timer ticking down. We are in a medical, effectively, at this moment, as that is timeout, and actually goes down to just 1 minute then, as it resets on the clock. So we will await Xanhur to come around, and noting in this position that's going to be interesting. Stay with us here on the Royal Drift Series. We'll be back with competition shortly. So, Xanhur then looking like his GT86 is not going to pull up to the line. Artyom Shabanov then will have a run of regulations, what we call a bye run out there. It is ceremonial to say I can't get myself around, and so it's going to be a quite simple run for the number 77, who will now say resolutely, I am going to just burn this one down, lovely over the marks, which have been painted nice and bright for competition here today. Over through OZ3, Artyom Shabanov just laying down the smoke, saying, everybody, this is what you're gonna have to try and beat today. And so with that all in the books, Xanhur pretty much done and dusted then for competition. And Artyom Shabanov, they are not going to have any real worry at all about how this is going to go. This one, a very nice 5-0 that is going to be coming across the board. I would be looking around at this and saying, yeah, perfect, exactly what I wanted. And next up then on the docket, it is going to be the 16 and 17 seeds. That'll be going up next, and the 17 seed Leo Lee making his way down, and Junction waits then for his run to come along after that. There goes the 76 in the background then to go and get ready. That is Sebastian Fontine, who is then on next. So I would be looking around at this, seeing Sebastian Fontine go through. He's down to, he was, as he went on by, down to about 300-400 brake horsepower then as he looked to set up then for his run. And I think he'd be turning around looking at this going, right, you've got to give me some boost. If I've got no boost, 0.5 boost, he needs everything to go and get himself ready and go, okay, my turn then is going to come up. It should be pretty regulation then, as we still await the official confirmation to come through of a 5-0, and that mechanical certainly not helping out proceedings here as far as this one set. So I would be looking forward to this, as Fontine, who was second in the championship, second of course with his results over at the initial battleground of Shanghai Tianma. He will look at V1 Auto World and he says, I'm just battling with so much, I'm trying to deal with so much out there that it is becoming a really, really tough position for many to go and deal with. So Fontine on the right, on the left then is Leo Lee and Artyom Shabanov. Over you go. And having a very, very nice, easy time of things to get things steady. And a nice little laugh as they've just caught that on camera. And they're all very happy for a laugh then as they set themselves about. So, here we go then. It is going to be Fontine on the right, Leo Lee on the left. Lexus IS200 plays the BMW M3 that is now there, set and ready, and looking to go absolutely bananas for it then. 16 play 17, winner goes against Artyom Shabanov. Let's get ourselves set then. Sebastian Fontine has the role and responsibility of setting off the lead. Leo Lee very slow to get that one up into gears, and Fontine now has the chance to break away. The Marvies are really struggling here today, and Fontine will go, yeah, I'll have this one. This is a buy for me, it will feel like there. Through the outside zones, and just about getting there through TG4. Oh my goodness me, what a gap there. That just did not accelerate at all for Leo Lee, and that's a case of being sleepy on the mark, trying to go and get that back. Very tough start to competition, and Leo, I think, is going to look around at that and go, that was not what I wanted, and we might be having here, if it all goes the way that Sebastian Fontine wants, a rematch of the top 8 battle over from Shanghai Tianma. So there you can see the plumes of smoke coming out the back of the wheel arches, and Fontine just dancing away. Leo Lee nowhere to be seen, light years in terms of gap. So then, a very nice clear run. going then through the very beginnings of this for Sebastian Fontine. Leo Lee is now going to have to pull a rabbit out of the hat to go and gather this one on back. The cooling there being done by the leaf blower, and there the lovely work that's been put in underneath. I think Leo's desperate to go and get himself out to the front and say, look, I am going to want it. So, I think you're going to have to say, you're going to need to be a little bit more switched on than that, and Seb Fontine is going to know it as he will now run through the pit exit and over towards his slot then on the right-hand side. You can see the aggressive camber that is there on the tyres, and saying, look, I want this one to be smooth sailing, but I'm going to have to pull out all of the stops over against Artyom Shabanov in top 16. So this could be one where we can see a big contender in the championship fall by the wayside, or, well, really, you can see some competition results that are making huge amounts of position out there. So, Leo Lee on the right side, Sebastian Fontine on the left. It's a case of 700 horsepower between them, and we'll see where the response is going to come along. We're all ready, we're all set. 1, 2, 3. Bring it on and go. Little slow there to get to initiation. It will be for Leo Lee as he wants that one to gear on in, and Fontine follows him then at a respectable distance through OZ1. Transfer into OZ2. Leo Lee just hanging it out, not really having much pace to deal with, but Fontine is doing a great job of holding it. Stays a little bit square on the angle, which is okay for what it needs to be, and that is well versed there. Right back to the door. Sebastian Fontine. Leo Lee with a safe run then as leader, and Fontine just about says, look, I'm going to keep this close and respectable, and says, I am here and I am ready. Had 1,000 thoughts in his head before running into this competition here on this Sunday morning, but that will just shake the cobwebs off. Almost got full-on overtake there going through a TG4. Marks all being hit there, and the follow is all about getting as close to the door handle as you can. So long as you can touch the door handle, he's now got there. And yes, chat, Leo Lee has now woken up, but ultimately he's woken up and realised that he's run into Sebastian Fontine, and this should be a result and responsibility here for the Dutchman that should move him up into top 16 with the ultimate goal there that he has had. There is 1087X. They're getting ready for the next group that is then going to go through the next two, and confirmation then of a 5-0 that will go the way of Sebastian Fontine, which will move the number 76 into the top 16, where a rematch of top 8 last time out will come into play, and he will face Artyom Shabanov. Right, second of the time up, Supras getting ready on the right-hand side. That is Matskovich, Khil, and on the left, another one of those Lexus IS200s getting ready, and it is the striking pink machine of Xanhur, who is someone who I think is going to be a big threat later on in his career. At the moment, I still think he's in the learning stage, and I think he can go a very, very long way if it sets up the way that he needs. He's only 24 years of age, is Xanhur, up against Matskovich, Khil, 33 in his A80 there, with 1,000 horsepower to the 750 of Xanhur to go and get this sorted. So, now, how will it go on this first run? Matskovich, Khil. Oh, jump start. Big old jump there from Xanhur. He's going to have to really wait on the initiation, and because he can't get it back up to speed again, he's going to get gapped there by Matskovich, Khil. Not a mistake you want to make against the driver of the caliber of Matskovich. Oh, and backwards into the wall there on the right-hand side, scraping the right-hand side there. Goes Xanhur, and he'll zero out on it. Matskovich, Khil there. Zhang trying to work his way back, and ultimately he has gone around spinning. Oh dear me, that a case of a series of unfortunate events there. Oh dear Lemony Snicket, that's not what you wanted to see. Goodness gracious me. So, will it be tow truck? Will it be a little bit more than that? That looks to me like the steering wheel has locked hard to the left as far as it goes, and so that is going to be really tough to deal with. We'll take a look at the replay. Just lost it on the back and it could not do anything at all out there to go and make it work. Oh, it's not nice to see there a spin of that caliber happening there. Matskovich Khil hit his marks and did everything he needed to with the jump that came through. And a big old moment that comes on through and said, right, how do you go? How close was that to a jump, though, is the key. And maybe he just went on the green, he just went super duper aggressively, and Matskovich Khil maybe slightly slower to engage as he went on through, and there the slow zoom on in over at Xanhur in the wall, and the question of how long it will take to go and get that one back out. So crew's going to look and say, look, can you drive it out of your own accord, or are we going to have to back it through? And the answer is I can drive it back of my own accord. Let's look at the side. Look at that, clean as a whistle. Nothing wrong with that. It just bounced off of it like a toddler, 2 years old. Very much made of rubber, so to speak there. So was able to drive it back off and away. And there should be a preliminary look at what that went on. I'd love to see a replay again of the start, just to see the lights and whether that was a case of I went a bit early, and they have got the blower out there and ready. As Xanhur pulls himself around the top side of the circuit. Back with more here with the Royal Drift Series. Back to line, and immediately chucking something out of the car there is Xanhur. Didn't quite catch what it was that he's just gone, right, I don't want that. Might be his mobile phone, believe it or not. But ultimately, ready to go back around, and I think he'll be very, very angry at himself that he's had the moment that he's had. Matskovich Khil here, who's been pretty regulation here, this top 32 to start. I think only needs to just put a run down on the board. Xanhur be very, very happy. So this might be a case of, can Xanhur get himself the drive that he needs in the second half of responsibility? Looks at Matskovich Khil in that Supra and knows it might be back-to-back top 32s that I go out in. Matskovich Khil, in terms of his championship position, walks into today 9th. He made it to top 16 and ultimately got bounced out, so he will look to try and get back to top 16 again. There's the green and go this time. Khil a little bit quicker off of the mark, and now trying to engage this one as they go. Xanhur takes some cones out at OZ1 and gets very shallow off of the exit. OZ2, Khil following with just enough line and mark and angle and distance. Get himself there. Xanhur is a mile off here, and it's tough for Khil to go and chase that back, but he's got it back through inside zone 3 and 4. Lovely there to go and get that sorted. I think he's got more than enough that says the job is a good on there. Xanhur had an opportunity to break away, but the power of that Supra there from time up, and Matskovich Khil more than enough. Look at it angling on low to try and get himself back on in. A clean run there to go and get back, and was back at the door by the end of the run. Nice stuff then in terms of the attempt. Xanhur will know that he's going to have to put that run back to experience, and I think he understands here that we're 3 runs in and 3 favourites have gone on by. Upset has not been a word that has hit the dictionary so far. And the question now will be, how much are you going to hold, whether there was too much shallowness in and pulling, as there is 1087. Happily saying, right, I want you here, I want to go have a look at it. And the drivers, I think, know and understand what the result is going to be all about. Judges' results are in and in quickly, and it's no shock. It's a 5-0 for Matskovich Khil, who will move now into top 16, where he will face one of the 0 mileage lubricant cars coming up. But who is the question? There's Xanhur in the right, still happy in spirit, despite being knocked out there in top 32. And a couple of timer guys there as well. Job done. Matskovich Khil into top 16. He'll go to race in the afternoon and get his tandem run in, on and sorted. Right, regular versus first timer in terms of this series. But it is a case of experience then really playing out. On the left-hand side, Mikakeski Corpi, the 9 seed in the number 46, had struggled then with the engine belt, then decided that it wanted to try and snap in his running. He only got one run in qualifying. The other side is the number 3 of Kiteako, running for Gold Core, then the branch of 0 mileage lubricants in the blue and white. Mikakeski Corpi with 800 brake horsepower. It is an identical mix of M2s that have got to go out there and show what they've got. So, if you want to see some amazing battling out there, now's the time. There is the greens, and we're going to get ourselves underway then here. Mikakeski Corpi then having the control of the lead, and Kiteako is going to have to try and follow him around, and he's very low. He can't engage it there through OZ2. Really struggling, having to grip the handbrake massively. Now we go in towards OZ3, and now through the ITGs. Oh, getting way too wide there in the back. Kiteako gets left for toffee, and that is big in terms of role and responsibility there. Mikakeski Corpi is in the driver's seat then with that role and response there. You can see very low and shallow, had to fight hard to get back to the door at sideways angle. Then the gap came out. What was that came popping out? Was that one of the windows there that was going through a piece of perspex then going by? That almost took out the drone off of Mikakeski Corpi there. Oh, we'll get a look at this one here in the slow-mo, see if it's going to come back out. Look at it here. Comes off the left there, and it's flapping about in the wind, and just as it comes back to try and transfer over, it's going to go flying off then. I think, are we going to see it here as it goes on by in? But something absolutely popped up there from one of the seals, and that one certainly giving a bit of a scare to our drone camera then as it goes by. Catching it here in the slow-mo. We'll get it again. So watch this through, getting the transfer over. Boom, there it is. Look at that, what wonderful camera work that's there. And so the window opens up, and Mikakeski Corpi then will be turning around to that and go, what happened there? How come that's just popped off for me as I've tried to put it all together on the board? Okie dokie. Look at it. Get a zoom on in. It is the rear passenger window where you can see right on in. So there'll be some extra cooling there. Looking at the roll bar that goes on by through there, the radiator, fuel tank that goes on into the back there. That really, for Mikakeski Corpi, there will be a case of concern there, but not too much out there. So, well, I think we're going to be in for a really nice second run. Kiteak's got it to do at this point in time. And I'm sure he will know that he has got a lot of love there from all of you out in YouTube chat land. The Finns absolutely loving their drifting here. And avoidance is the key opportunity there from the run that we have just seen. We will be a quarter of the way through after this run that sets itself up. Kiteak then on the right, and then Mikakeski Corpi on the left-hand side. So, M2s then back on again. Kiteak knowing that he's got a lot of responsibility now to put the run back on as lead. Here we go, second time round, and Kiteak will lead them away. Mika just giving that way, knowing he doesn't want to get too close to his teammate out there, but follows the line lovely there through OZ1 into OZ2. Kiteak letting it hang out. This is a lovely lead run, but Mika is all the way there, fighting to get there. It's shallow in line then from Kiteak going through the ITGs, and that's more than enough there for Mikakeski Corpi. I think he put a really astute run back down on the board there. His line was really great. The angle and commitment very much onto position. Very easy to get gapped on a course like this, so the chaser has a lot of stuff to do through the D-cell, very much leaving more than enough room to transfer, and he had to fight hard to get back there at the ITGs 3 and TG4. It was somewhat clean from Kiteako, but I don't think it was clean enough to mitigate the damages done in the chase there of running way too far out wide through ITG2, which left no room for ITG3. And this is a fast track that you have to be in on to say, look, they are going to get through, they are going to get through quick. They are hitting 130 plus kilometers an hour, and averages of speed can go over 105 kilometers an hour for the full course run out there. And you've got the ability to see all of the data that comes on through, ladies and gentlemen, the courtesy of our Wally system. If you head to data.racedataLabs.com, you can see all of the runs that have gone through Thursday, Friday, and then all of Saturday's qualifying, and then on Sunday in 2D, in 3D, all of the information that you've got. Kiteako Corpi pulling himself then out of the car to go to his teammate. Danila Vorobiev happy, so too Stepan Zemtsev, and they all go. Stash Dolgic, Denis Denisov, and Vernon making it a 5-0 for Kiteako Corpi, who will now go to play Matskovich Khil in top 16. What a showdown that will be, Finland versus Belarus on in that run forward. So they said that Kiteak would have been a little bit too far out, and we'd love to see both of these M2s going out once again and going for it, but not enough in my view to say not another opportunity to go and make that happen. Which moves us into the second half, the left side of the bracket then, here in what I would call your World Cup run at the moment, because it is Australia that will be facing off against the United States of America. You see already there waiting is Mitch Lana with back-to-back 93.5s in qualifying, absolutely equal across every judge. He got it twice. Consistency that boggled the mind. Johnson Chen on his day can go and fight against anyone and can steal a march on anyone. A 29 seed who arguably shouldn't be a 29 seed. Johnson Chen, 10th in the championship coming into today. And we just await there the Wally system being adjusted there on Johnson Chen Sylvia to say, I can be ready to go on forward and I can go and battle hard for it. And guess what? It is a battle of Nissan Sylvia S15s out there. It's a pure white one against one that is dressed up for ride-ins with Street Fighter's Chun-Li on the bonnet and the side, looking absolutely great. By way of Bentley, then is Mitch Lana. By way then of Los Angeles, California, is one Mr. Johnson Chen. So, with a second-hand engine in for Mitch Lana, he's down to 500 brake horsepower only as far as he goes, and a lot of love then is going to be into position. And how cold do you want your tyres, Mitch, for your lead run is the next question that you're going to have to ask. Johnson Chen is ready and into position. And now it's a case of where Rydans Updrift want to be in comparison here with Mitch Lana, who is running in looking for his first run in top 32 cut this season, starting his season off here in Tianjin. So Johnson Chen will have 300 extra horses rather than 700 compared to it. It's 550 to 500 that is there for Mitch Lana. Light him up, get him ready. Mitch Lana will now have the lead, and Johnson Chen's role to go out there and chase. Here we go into OZ1, and Mitch Lana hanging it all out. Found himself lost to Kurdai Sebagy in the Super Top 4 yesterday. OZ2 looked great. OZ3 looking nice here. Johnson Chen is really doing well following here, and he is giving a lot of thought to it. Slightly back, but very tough to get onto the door. That is a very nice run. Struggled to get the angle initially there in OZ1, did Johnson Chen, and again, slightly shallow and getting gapped a little bit there through OZ2, fighting to get back through the D-cell at OZ3. It's not close to the door by any means, but this circuit's so quick that the best of the best are going to get to the door, and being slightly back like that. Oh, Mitch did straighten out early there, coming through TG4, and that is going to be something the judges take a very close eye out on as well, that he hasn't straightened out, and it's going to give it over to Johnson Chen's advantage there. So I'm going to be very intrigued on how the judges are looking. But Johnson Chen, I think, has had a very, very serviceable chase run. They can leave him very, very happy with the result. And Mitch then back on in, giving himself then a chance to cool down. There's Jay on the right-hand side. Had a massive face of shock, hoping he wasn't going to be in the wall over in his qualifying run. Or actually, Super Top 4 it was there. He was scared that he'd binned it. And another live on look in, as you can see, all of the crews then, a lot of Marby there, a lot of time. There's Anna on the left-hand side, having a very close look. Oh, oh, you gotta love it. You gotta love it there from Xanhur. They're saying, oh, come on, I want some more out there. And they're very happy with Johnson Chen. They'll look to get ready for the riposte. So, give yourself a chance, give yourself a moment here to say, right, I want this run to be absolutely epic here in this second part. Johnson Chen with the Street Fighter Chun-Li on the side for Rydance 441 BW Updrift. Has to give Mitch Lana a little bit of food for thought here. Knowing he's got the brake horsepower advantage, he knows what he's capable of. Mitch Lana knows he's got to do everything in his power to just hold steady and get himself there. There's the green and the jump, and let's get ourselves going then. Johnson Chen now looking to really get strong and engage here into OZ1. Mitch Lana holding the door nicely here into OZ2. Oh, that's so nice. That's so nice. Back in the smoke though, trying to transfer back around. Lots of work. Look how low it is though from Mitch Lana. Johnson Chen with a chance now as he works through ITG3 and out of ITG4. Oh, Mitch, that's opened the door up there, and Johnson Chen really needed that lead run to pop. He held a very nice angle as he worked on through, just holding it steady, no deviation as he put himself on in. And Mitch Lana gripped up through the middle, got himself down low. And then suddenly, if you're low and making a mistake, OZ3 into ITG1, that's when the door just opens on the case of diminishing returns. Oh, goodness gracious me. Is this the first upset on the cards where a 4C goes out in top 32? I'd ask that question. I think both of them have had small mistakes here and there. This might be a case for one more time, but it will be down to the 5 judges, and only one of them has made a decision, by the way, which indicates just how tough of a call this is going to be. This has been the first real brain scratcher that we have had. Tong Ling down there, I think by the looks of things, they're trying to get a bit of information. Johnson Chen, very much by way of the United States of America. And that was a case of the needs must. Charlie Luo watching on with Xanhur there and Kevin Lee. And so the peace sign being thrown by the pair of them. And there for Mitch Lana. Oh, here we go. 4 of the 5 judges in, and the pair of them having a good old stern look at how it goes. There's a reason why Johnson Chen's 10th in the championship. That qualifying result, he said, no good out there. We will await confirmation from the secretary to say this is going to be where we see it. And now we will have a look at where the results are going to go. Johnson Chen getting the cooling that he needs out there. Gives a wave to the camera and awaits nervously this result between these two. Oh goodness. Oh goodness me. You do know that it's been a tough second half season where they've had to go and look for it. look at this. This was the chase run that Mitch Lana had to go and look at and say, I've got to give myself something. And OZ3, early, low, and then suddenly, when you've not got the speed and you've not got the angle either to go and get it back, Johnson Chen is just starting to gallop and gallop and gallop and gallop. Crew are there, having a good old look and saying, what is the result that we have then as we get ourselves then those two. Jason Yi will be keeping a close eye from his team out there. Tong Ling also there, saying what a great job it was in qualifying. Results are in, and Johnson Chen with the first big upset of the day. Mitch Lana, the 4 seed, is out in top 32 on a 5-0 count, which means the 770 will advance and will play the winner of the Battle of the X's of the next two that are going out and ready. Jason Yi and Echo Gao are next up. Echo in a car that she is borrowing, then that she wants to go out there and go this GT86. Jason Yi in that Nissan Safiro A31 with 800 brake horsepower wants to go and say that is going to be critical as they now set up. Jason Yi will have the control. Echo Gao, this is going to be a bit personal between these two, and they certainly showed that personality. There's no angle from Echo Gao. There's no angle from Echo Gao. Jason Yi now with a huge open door going into OZ3, trying to run away. Echo finally gets it back and tries to keep the door and has closed it up really nicely. She has, and again, just like at Tianjin, it was a case of Echo wakey in top 32. Look at it, nothing was offered there at OZ1, and Jason Yi sees that as right, bingo. Then Echo Gao comes back at OZ2 and goes, right, this is how I'm supposed to drift. This is how I'm supposed to get my opportunity. Oh, Rocket Bunny, you got to do a bit more than that if you want it to go and get the result that you want. It was closed back to the door. It's going to need Jason Yi to go Jason coded. If you turn around and look and say, that's my only way back in. Not a chance there for Echo Gao. She got it back, but it just did not want to hook up at OZ1. Really good job to get that. Always their contact as well. Or was there just enough to get that away? Because that could have been some light contact that would have been put on Echo Gao, trying to put the angle in and say, I'm leaving at least something back here. Jason, very respectable run in that Nissan Safiro. And would love to go battle his teammate Johnson Chen, find a way into the top 8. Only found himself top 32. 18th in the championship, Jason Yi. And knowing he has got more to go and set up in on this. This is a big chance to go and move up here for Jason Yi, and he knows it. Absolutely knows it. This could be his bracket for the taking. And Echo now, she knows that she is better than that. And she's not going to be here round 3 of the championship because Echo is going to have a clash in her commitment. She has a big program out in Japan at the moment, so she'll be out in Japan round 3 in September, but she will be back for Zhengzhou in October. And ultimately, she knows if she wants points on the board and she wants to be out there challenging, she knows she's only going to be stage hunting if it's not going to be working for her. Doing the best of a bad situation with the car that is not hers. Struggling with power, always wanting more power because she's only got a stock LS3 engine in the front of that, which comes out of the Chevrolet C7 Corvette, sorry, that you can buy directly over from Corvette as a block engine then. So, they're back together again. Jason Yi with the advantage, Echo Gao now having it all to do. Safiro playing GT86. 3 red lights, and the LEDs will turn green. Echo, you're gonna need some magic here. Jason, keep it out of trouble, Sunshine. Into OZ1. Echo giving a lot of angle then to start with. Jason Yee giving it a huge amount of kickback then here at OZ2. OZ3 comes along and Jason a little bit behind for his liking, trying to fight to get it back. Oh, he almost lost it back there and seeing the gap really open up. I think this is going to be difficult, more difficult than you think, to go and call between those two, because both had elements of the run that didn't quite go the way that they wanted to here. Echo really kicking it out. She had to get that squared back there to try and gain the gap. Jason looking at a massive angle to try and kick it on through. Again, another case of it being really respectable. And so I would be thinking about, was that run one from Echo Gal, that big loss of depreciation, failure to engage, failure to go through OZ1, was that the big difference maker in this run? And I would argue yes, as far as this tandem goes. I think this is going to be a difference here, and in the battle of the X's, it's Jason Yee that prevails, making an all-right hands top 16 clash. On a 5-0 count, Echo Gal loses out in back-to-back top 32s, and the number 13 seed with the number 13 out there is there together. And so at least they are very cordial about it, and good luck, big hugs. See how you go along in the next stages. Right, championship leader now, Maxime Grossman, and someone who is all too familiar that he battles against, of having on the transfer contact with a time-up Supra, Lee Seongyang, who had troubles in Friday practice with Artyom Shabanov. So, Maxime Grossman, who went his way through as a 6 seed to get the job done in Tianjin, will try so as a 5 seed here in competition. Oh, nothing going there for Lee Seongyang. Did not want to get up to speed, did not want to get in gear. Maxime Grossman now gaps, and gaps a country mile. Look at this, just trying to run it away. See ya, toodles, toodles. Lee Seongyang caught napping. And really not what was wanted to see in terms of that for Lee Seongyang. And drivers just really finding it difficult here, for whatever reason it may be, to get it woken up, to get it going through. And up ready for OZ1. Maxime Grossman knew that, took full advantage of it. And he's not someone to look a gift horse in the mouth. He is someone who, every single time, is going to see an opportunity, take it, and run with it. That's what he's done time and time again. And for Lee Seongyang, he's wondering if his time is in fact up, coming up soon. He's gonna need a big old run to go and get this one back. So, I would have a lot of trepidation in terms of where they go. It might be for Maxime Grossman that he will turn his eyes to the group down of either Sam Chen or Theo Gan. Again, another case of somebody who just has to put a run together, have their top 32 in the sun. Lee Seongyang, first to go, probably going to be angry there. He'll have the red mist descend and go, I'm going to need a lot more than that if I want this to be the way that I need it to go. Really trying to get a little bit of tyre temperature in there with the wind going through. And not what Lee Seongyang wants to see with his BMW M2 for 0 mileage lubricants. And Lee Seongyang, after not making it at Shanghai Tianjin through top 32 cut, so it's now going to be, I need even more out there. I would like some unlimited performance out there, because performance to begin with for Lee Seongyang was limited, to say the very least. Lee Seongyang, 800 brake horsepower in that F87. He'd love to use it at this point. Maxime Grossman with 1,000 in that 2JZ GTE. Right, game on, you two. Second run is going to see differences. Here we go. Nothing silly, Maxime, and you're through into top 16. And again, it just doesn't want to gear up then for Lee Seongyang. Maxime Grossman has to really sit back and wait for it here, going through OZ2. A little bit more shallowness needed. Big old angle, and goes way too low. And Maxime Grossman doing his best to follow this one. And it's a very tough chase, actually, to go and follow, because Lee Seongyang is so shallow in various sections, struggling to get it to grip up the way he wants to, but very well held by Maxime Grossman, and more than enough to book his place in top 16. I would say you'd have had a very nervy experience trying to get through and deal with that. And that did all of the job and then some to go and put that together. Lee Seongyang dealing with a car that just did not want to play ball by the looks of things. GG, no re. I'll see you again another day. That had the feeling of. Maxime with a lot of work to do, or had a lot of work to do over the course of that run. And there you see some of our officials there, spotters, everyone, all giving a very close eye on the top 32 running out there. And ultimately, I think it's a very simple case here between them. There's not much more that you can say. I think the judges have been very quick with their decision, and no shocks there. Interesting then, as far as that one sets. I don't think the score's going to be 3-2 there. I think we've pulled the wrong graphic up there, because I've got it down on my score as a 5-0 for Maxime Grossman. And so, doesn't matter how you've done it, they're through. And so that is more than enough to see the 34 championship leader moving on to play the winner of this next scenario, Sam Chen and Dio Gan. Dio did not qualify through in Shanghai Tianma. His engine blew on his qualifying run. You look at Sam Chen, when he was in his Nissan Skyline GTR 35, he found a way to top 16 and ultimately no further on than, sorry, top 32, and went no further on than that. So definitely wanting to try and get a bit more on the docket, give himself the what for and say, this is my level. Had a very, very good run in qualifying to get himself the 12 seed. Very high level of solo runs. Tandems have been a little bit struggling at the moment, but this is wheat from chaff, top 32. So, Sam Chen, right-hand drive. Very nice to see a right-hand drive car, where a lot of people go to a left-hand drive car. And Dio Gan in the M2. So, M3, M2, who can be the M1 to move up and put an M0 on the other driver that they are up against. It is Dio Gan on the left, it is Sam Chen on the right. Sam Chen leads us off. And now, a battle of beamers as we work ourselves into OZ1. Oh, look at that! For engagement, cones going away. Super low angle there from Dio Gan. Sam Chen is in for the driver's seat right now, straightening out there through OZ3. And now into the ITGs as you work through Dio Gan. Very outside ways everywhere. Sam Chen absolutely in control with that run. That is a very, very nice attempt there that has put it through. Dio Gan got the angle out, realised I had to do a lot more, and then suddenly the mistakes started creeping in, and then, well, battened down the hatches with them. Got gapped in the end as well. Judges will look at that as stonewall advantage here for Sam Chen. Look at it, cone, just missed the back of it then, and then trying to grip it up to say, look, I've got to get back for it. Dio Gan way too far forward, so far forward he's out of camera shot as we work through OZ2. That's what you want to see as a lead runner. Chaser having troubles. Smoking about a bit more as well. And having a lot of trouble to try and see on through. Look at that, Racer there on the bottom. Got to give a lot of respect to Racer. Love all your simulators out there, be it your Racer, your R-Factors, or R-Factor 2 as it were, Le Mans Ultimate, F1 game, iRacing, all of it. Got to give the shout out to the simulators. Right, there you see Sam Chen. Ultimately, cars were all covered up as he came along to the circuit this morning. Didn't have any troubles. The driver area that they have for both him and Lu Xiao was dropped. Ultimately, that was an elbow in our camera. That is now a shoulder in our camera there. Ooh, a little bit careful, lads. But ultimately, the response of the thunderstorms last night into this morning, I've got a wet fridge and I've got to make sure that that dries out before we get the opportunity to go out and run again. So ultimately, no harm done for them and the team. And so Sam Chen now as chaser. Xanhur is going to need to see an almighty mistake for this one to go the other way out there. So Sam Chen knows what he has got to do. He has got to give himself every chance of a clean run. Thumbs up there is given. Very intelligent man is Sam Chen. He says all the right things at the right time. Xanhur knows he has got to really, really give it this one. And he knows how important it will be to give it, as it will call halfway in your top 32 action, with the second half of the bracket to come immediately afterwards. As you can see there on the left-hand side, Lu Xiao looking to warm up there the tyres, as his battle with Urian Nielson will come up after this. So, awaiting the control, say they are ready to go as we go picture in picture with all of the team there on the right-hand side. So, Sam Chen, left-hand side of your screen is going to be right side out there. Actually, his left side there. Xanhur on the right. Here we go. Opportunity. You're going to have to you have to lose him in the source, so to speak, if you're Xanhur. Here comes the other side of the coin. Xanhur looking big on this one to get himself away. Sam Chen's not going anywhere. He's back there on the door to the tail. Now working through into OZ3. He's behind though, and he's seeing the gap open. He's going to have to work hard to get back here. Xanhur's there, almost contact between the two, and straightens out. Was something there going? I think something's popped there. I think something's popped for Xanhur. You heard a big old boom. Don't tell me he's done another engine then in a row. But Sam Chen, I think, has found his way through on that run. But something went boom going through into OZ3 and into the ITGs. This is going to be a really good indicator here on this drone shot. Working through, got the gap. Down in, is there contact? No, bang. And it lets go. 2 in 2 for Xanhur. Catch this man a break. That was a really, really good lead run from Xanhur until that point. Started to get Sam Chen on the ropes, but then it all just went wrong. Running through OZ3. Grabs the handbrake nicely. Oh dearie dear. Not a very healthy sight as far as that one set. Sam Chen knows. Job is a good one for the 35 on a 5-0 count. So Xanhur goes out. And Sam Chen will now go to face the championship leader, Maxim Grossman, here in top 16. And that puts one half of the bracket sorted, as we will now await for the second half of the bracket to go. Get ready next. And we will hold for a moment, because the tow truck is going to be needed here for the stricken machine of Xanhur. Long and lonely road on the tow road for site, all too familiar this season for Gman. Had it at Tianjin in his qualifying here in Tianjin. It's a case of a flair for it being dramatic. All our fans are indoors today and are in the big tower that you can see over through OZ1 and towards OZ2. So that is where they situate themselves in terms of the fans at this event. They're all nice in the cool and the VIP boxes that are there and also on the side as well. Second half of the bracket now starts as Nielson here, the Norwegian. He's had to have a gearbox change, enough that can get him up to 4th gear and hold. He can't now go to 5th because of the damage that he has sustained from it. He's up against Lu Xiao, the 777, who had a long agonising wait to see if he can make it in as the 31 seed. But here we go. Oh, look at that from Nielson there. There's not much that Lu Xiao can do about that. He's going to have to really fight back. Goes super low, trying to get back then to the door into OZ3. And again, he's forward and giving it big angle to try and get back and say it, but it's going to scrub the speed. Nielson hits all his marks and dream and crosses the strike to say that was absolutely what the doctor ordered on a run. Angles out, perfect slide. He's had a lot of issues with his car. Here has Nielson. And he knows that he's got to give himself all of that and then some to go and really make it work. And that BMW has been singing that E92. Pretty decent stuff there. A bit too low there from Lu Xiao. Well, a lot too low. Trying to cut the losses, cut the distance. And say, I'm going to have to sacrifice OZ2 to get myself back to the door. And then here into OZ3. Look at this on the switch over. Nice stuff there from Nielson. The Norwegian absolutely chucking it about from Bergen in Norway. He's 30 years of age and he's showing absolutely everyone that he means business. Lu Xiao, 37, also running around in an E92. Yes, he's also running around in an E92. And he's down 50 brake horsepower by comparison. I'll have a look over and see how it goes. But of course they are running with reduced grip levels on circuit thanks to the storm. It is a dry track at the moment, critically. It is dry, but critically they now lack the grip. So effectively it's reset their run back to Thursday in order to find it. Yeah, you're gonna need your door shut. Please shut my door. Please shut my door. Uh-oh, something's wrong with the catch of the door now. Here for Nielson. Give him a break. Give him a door that's shut. Get a hammer. Get a hammer. And they finally do have it shut. And he's off and away. You know, you just got to slam it. Give it a bit of force. Jiggle it if you have to. Right, second part of the run is going to be, well, Lu Xiao, I think, is going to need a pretty sizable mistake. I would say a medium to large mistake out there of Nielson to get to it one more time. And a catastrophe to move himself on through on as the upset as a 31 seed. Lu Xiao needs to give a good account of himself here on this position, as he knows that his run so far in competition did not qualify through at Tianjin, has done here in Tianjin at V1 Auto World. Give it a what for? 1, 2, 3 on the LEDs. Lu Xiao leading off then Nielson and trying to get this one to engage into OZ1. Nice stuff, and look at that sing as it goes through, trying to get the gap. Nielson slightly behind, but pulls it back in through OZ2 and over towards OZ3. Big angle, but still a bit of a gap there. Transfer over, and the wideness on the line there from Lu Xiao gives Nielson the way back in, and that is enough to say that can find his way through in my book there. A little bit behind, out on the line. Maybe worried a little bit about tyre, maybe worried a little bit about gearbox, but got it back and had to fight it back on through. Did see the gap open up then through on the exit. Goodness gracious me. Lu Xiao gave it a red hot go to try and get that back. That's not really enough, though, in my book, to go and see it then. But we'll see what the judges say. 3 of 5 are in on their decisions. But here through OZ2, and over towards OZ3. Look at the smoke pouring out, just trying to find that to switch around and say, look, I'm going to give it everything I can, but you've got to follow as aggressively as possible. You can't cut corners in terms of this and say, I'm only going to follow in parts, and that's the key. Urian Nielson was much better at doing that, and so the 12 moves through on a 5-0 count, and so is going to move on to play against some very talented drivers then in that next section. And Urian in orange, a job well done there for Marvi, and a nice bit of congratulations, commiseration there between the two. Saying, well, Luciao back to the drawing board for Ning Bo. Urian Nielson then saying the pride of Norway will go forward as next up on the docket. You can see lined up Tong Ling on the right, and on the left, Vangi, who is third in the championship. So, a lot of you have a lot of love for the BMW Z4, which is being run by Vangi for Champion Speed Sports DRS drifting team. Tong Ling in the 92 with that GT86 really gave a good account of his run. It's 15 and 18 seeds. Vangi got to third in Tianjin from the 20 seed. You'll have to do it from 2 seeds higher this time around. So, Tong Ling with the control of this one and trying to go through, gives it massive angle. There's not as much there from Vangi, who's now going to have work to do here, and he's shallow again through OZ2, OZ3. Oh, straighten out from Tong Ling. He goes sailing along, then over at ITG1, and suddenly Vangi has a big advantage now in the back pocket. Oh, you can't afford to straighten out in top 32. He had the advantage by a mile, and he has let the horse bolt out the stable, straightens out, has to gather it back, way too late, over the no-go zone in OZ1, well, in ITG1. Vangi, I think, has just got to put a good lead down. There is a lack of commitment from Vangi, but if you're going to straighten out, you know, lack of commitment is a dock of points. Straightening out is a 0 out. That's the difference. There's, I should do a little bit better compared to Cardinal Sin. And they're immediately there over at WK Performance, trying to give Tong Ling a little bit of help and understanding. This was the run and this is what happened with it. Vangi will also keep an eye out on it and go, right, winner plays Urian Nielson in top 16. And for a driver third in the championship, you know he's going to have to fight back, and he's not doing it on the qualifying points. He has to work harder than everyone else through top 32 cut. Leaves himself tougher draws to go and work with, faces tougher competition earlier. Always tougher to go and get through with that. So, what are you going to find? I think it's just put a run down if you're Vangi. Don't do anything silly, and you're there through. Look at all that clag discard there, the rubber off the back that would have been housed in with the rear tyres, because it does kick up and off out of the tyres very, very aggressively. Most drivers running tri-aces here today with the big V pattern shape that is the indication of a tri-ace tyre. Right, Z4. Pretty in the silver, the blue and the pink. Tong Ling all in black in Knight Rider colours, looking to try and find any way back. He's probably going to need a big mistake out of Vangi, and he seldom makes them. He is the epitome of consistency, is Vangi. Here we go, green's up. Second half of the runs go through. On lead Vangi, on chase Tong Ling. Oh, Tong Ling goes nowhere. Doesn't even give anything to go and get that back, and I think has to accept resignation and defeat. Vangi there gives it a whole way around, effectively feels like a bye run, and that will be the way through into top 16 with that one for number 99, as Tong Ling will see that one go absolutely away. Couldn't offer anything. Something not right in the WK, in the WK Motorsport camp. That's both their cars going out in top 32. But Champion Speed Sports won't mind. They know that their ace has now got a date with Destiny, and apparently that Destiny just so happens to be Nielson as far as that one goes. So the Z4 will find a way. That was tough. Really, really tough out there. And just to clear up a bit of confusion out there, it's not a case that you zero out the zone. It's a zero out if you straighten up the way that Ling did. Zero out is for the straightening, missing the zone, it's a -10. Vangi, 5-0, no argument about it. Into top 16 and will race in the afternoon. So, that now puts itself in. Next up on the docket, Finnish fans, I want to see you out there in chat if you're awake. We have one Minka Keski Korpi through. They're all there sitting, and a lot of the Marvi guys have disappeared out there, but Champion Speed Sports have another going here, but it is going to be Marko Liu against Jarkko Yulha. The R32 Skyline up against the C7 Corvette. Oh, I love that. It's not just BMWs and Toyotas and Silvias. Skyline Corvette, love it. And I think more variety is best. I know that there is a drifting meta, that everyone likes Mustangs, everyone seems to like going to the old traditional reliables. I want to see interesting cars out there, like we did at round one with a Ferrari California for Connor Shah. I look at this and go, I like an R32, it's classic, nothing wrong with an R32. I like to see a few more Corvettes because the Corvettes look cool as far as they all go. So, here we go. Jyrki is ready to go and set this one up and say, right, I want to go and say, this is my destiny. Jarkko Yulha had a very unfortunate top 8 against Maxim Grossman that did not get him what he wanted. He has been an absolute ace in terms of competition here in the Royal Drift Series, and he will look at Ling and say, look, I can do everything and then some. Then Schneider will be waiting up next with Nick Lee going on for Dorimont just behind, so they're going to pull themselves over towards line and say, this is what we can do. So, see the heat haze coming up there on circuit. That is just the oxidation process taking its place. It's not water, it's not anything to worry about. There's nothing there, that's just the oxidation process happening of just how hot it is out there that you can see on cameras, all of that happening, and it's very cool when you get to see that sort of process in full effect. So, I think you now have to say, this guy, he's always happy when you go up and talk to him. You go say hi to Jarkko, he goes, hey, how you doing? He's very positive, very happy, very jovial as a character as Jarkko Yulha. Very amiable. Marko Liu, full of experience in terms of drifting. He has seen a lot of drifting, he has done a lot of drifting, and so he knows there for Champion Speed DRS as he replaces Shalva Adziashvili that he now has to go through. Now, Ling in with troubles. They had to get the tow truck out then to pull him back along to pits. That's the delay, so obviously more than something wrong than just, oh, I dropped the power and I gave up. That thing has given up the ghost, and it has been blindingly hot over the course of this week. It has been over 33 degrees on every single day's worth of competition, up to as high as 40 degrees out there overall on Friday. So bad that one of our cameramen actually caught heat stroke and fortunately was okay and was dealt with in its entirety. So, a lot of work that's done. The tow truck crews, the ambulances, all the marshals that's there, race control, always constantly on it, try and chase. And there's the aerial, and there is the on-the-ground look of that having to be pulled on back then, and with the pickup to go and get Tongling back home. So, Gleb Melazov watching on, Maxim Grossman with one job done there, be very happy. There's Gleb Spotter on the right-hand side, then off screen, going to have a good look. I'm not sure if that's Johnson Chen back there, having also a little bit of a look over at it. Long walk, actually, then, from the garages of Rydans, which, as far as it goes, they had their main hospitality area tent go and blow over, which is the furthest along as it goes, and Pavel Corpalinski, who's running later, has got a very wet suit that he's trying desperately to dry. Yarko Yulha versus Marco Liu. We're happy, we're ready, watch the lights. 1, 2, 3. R32 Skyline versus C7 Corvette. This is the stuff drifting's made of. Yarko Yulha, then, who's been struggling with an engine issue out there in his qualifying runs. They took the night to fix it, it's worked well. Straightening out slightly there on the back there goes Marco Liu, who's having to fight to stay back. He goes very low, and that's going to be deep. There's big contact there between them there. That's going to be huge in terms of how that's clipped through. A fender has come off there, the front left fender for Marco Liu, which exposes the suspension. And that one all on Marco, in my view. Yarko Yulha held the line a treat. Wasn't slowing too much. I think it was Marco Liu trying to go and gather it back through the decel zone. Look at him, came in at a rate of knots. Gangway, boom. And off it goes. Lucky that hasn't sheared the front off there. The bumper came underneath the car as well, so there'll be fear of a front tyre puncture that's gone on through with that as well. Did that actually fly the door open as well there? Right, and exit out it did. Door came open there on the passenger side. A big old zero for the chase. No doubt about that. Bang! A big old hefty shunt. And that was a case of trying to chase it back. That Corvette is potentially going to take its medical timeout. Oh, and it's not even going to drive back. More troubles then on board, this time for Champion Speed Sports, who would have wanted Marco Liu through against Yarko Yulha. A look underneath then for Yarko and his engine. An opportunity to get a little look at this then as we go into our technical timeout for 5 minutes. Pulling away, angle grinder out then on the bumper. You don't see that. They've taped it together with bright orange tape, and they've just got that angle grinder out to give more room on the rotation, because if you look at the way that that sags down, they are very worried there for Yarko Yulha that he's going to get some wheel rub there on the front arch, and that is going to slash that tri-ace tyre up. So they're really trying to get the angle grinder out, open up that front bumper, because it can't sit up as much as the way that it goes. And I would very much argue the way that's being towed, that could be suspension damage there for Marco Liu. So all it's got to do is go around. It doesn't matter in any way, any shape, any form out there for Jarkko Yulha. And they will have the they'll have the lunch break basically to fix it up before battling either Schneider or Nick Lee. Let's take a look at it again. You can see straightened out, and this is the hit, and it's a hefty one. Boom! And Jarkko sees that sit down on his part. In too deep, can't get it stopped. Just catching the corner, losing the Corvette on 4th of July, no less, on the 250th anniversary of the United States of America. On 4th of July, a hit like that on a C7 Corvette is enough to make your eyes wince. Bang! They will replay that moment over and over for promotional material for the Royal Drift Series, and this is now their chance to try and get out. Look how much tape's going on. Racing tape is. So you know when you see those professionals out there that go in combat sports, and they've got all of the strapping tape that's there available, netting tape that holds their shoulders together when they're slightly injured. This one might just go without a fender, trying to box the door. They're going to tape the door shut. They are going to tape the door shut. Oh my goodness me, they are desperately trying to get it there because they've lost all the time trying to put it back together. Look at it, pretty desperate stuff here in the Royal Drift Series as crews are absolutely as aggressive as they can trying to get it sorted. Trying to get anything and everything ready to go through. Seeing that front left fender, then not on that Corvette, makes it feel a little bit naked by comparison to what it normally should be. It doesn't look right in any way, shape or form. Scrutineering will have to take a look at that to say it's okay, and they are looking deep in behind there at the suspension for Jarkko Yulha. That's really concerning. That is really concerning what they have to have a look at there. If there's something that's damaged there for Jyrkistund, they are going to have to be very quick. They're looking underneath. Jack is up on it. They've had that extra time that's given them the opportunity to go and do that. Hopefully, Jarkko's got a chance to go and get back out there and go for a run. More to come here with this competition timeout on the Royal Drift Series. Right, just checking there on the bonnet, and what a sight for sore eyes this is pulling back around. Got to give it anything after a hit like that. Some would say call it a day. We're going to have to go and go forward for it. So, as far as it goes, anything you can do, you're allowed to do a lot of things in this position, but you've only got 5 minutes really to do it. So Jarkko Yulha has just got to drive it away and just get anything out of it. Knows that his opponent would have zeroed out. It might be a really awkward situation where they go and say, right, let's just get something serviceable. Watch out for that wheel rub on the front right. Getting a lot of pep talk then to go through. And I'm hearing that we're going to try and get some drive out there. Judges' results then waiting. Oh no. Oh no. Jarkko, I think, is going to be out because he can't, he'll get through, but we'll get word of it. Judges' verdict, they're going to say it's a double technical knockout and Jarkko Yulha goes through on a 5-0 count. So Marco Liu will not get another run to go around with it. They will say it's taken far too long, you're too damaged. Jarkko Yulha is through critically. But the big thing that is going to come along for this, for the number 63, is this will be a power 2 hours for them to fix that R32 skyline. Not much you can do. Keep an eye on the control arms, sway bars. That is going to be a very, very long repair for Yulha to go and do. And as that Corvette goes around, it might be a sight of good eyes for either one of these two. The man they call Rage, Leonid Schneider, the time up, only one of time up in the Mark II JZX. Nick Lee in one of his 2 M2s that he has out there for competition. He knows better than anybody what it takes to go and do well in competition. And so now he knows that he has got to set himself up next. And it might be a very good way into top 8, depending on how good Zero Mileage are able to repair it. And I will, ladies and gentlemen, go and ask Yariko what on earth that happened. Judges made their call. You can argue it was a little bit late, but they had to make a call, and they did so, and it was fair with all of what came along. You could argue double knockout on that. You don't want to see 2 damaged drifters going out there. It's not fair on everyone. It's not fair on the runners. It's not fair on those who are waiting. So, Leo, long way, nice wave. He is one of the most gracious men in that paddock. He is always so humble. He is Leonid Schneider. Has a big determined personality to go and win, but he has a huge amount of respect when he goes out and drifts. Nick Lee, fantastic mind, VR38 engine in there compared to the 2 JZ GTE that is there in for Leo Schneider. Winner plays Yarko. Part 1. Here goes the opportunity then for Leonid Schneider to go and get things sorted in through OZ1. Looks nice. OZ2, Nick Lee being gapped. Couldn't quite get it to initiate the way he wanted to. Leo now trying to run away. Here at OZ3, gives it big old beans and says into OZ4. Oh, it's miles out. Nick Lee's in the wall. Nick Lee is in the wall. They're going through the next section, exactly where Chen was on Friday practice. Nick Lee has put it in the wall. That M2 is going to need extricating then. A disaster over for Doremons. A mile away. Keep an eye here on Nick Lee, trying to keep himself in. Straightens out, straightens out. Too late to come back. Boom. Glancing blow in the wall. Too late on the reaction to get out of it. Cameraman jumps a mile. Oh, goodness gracious. Definitely not what was wanted there. Lenya, I think, is going to have this one easy. Back with more with the Royal Drift Series. Then Nick Lee knew he had to try and get back, and then he gets lost in the smoke by the looks of things. He doesn't realise quite where he is, and by the time he gets out of it, he realises he's too far across. See, there, he has to go through it. Not a mistake you see Nick Lee make very often. Leo Schneider and the Time Up team, they produce a bucket load of smoke. And so it's very easy to get smoked out. Oh, that's not going to come back around again. This will be a 5-0 for Leonid Schneider, and this will be a very easy reason why then for the number 7, because we're getting the tow truck out for it. That is not going to go. fact, we're getting flatbed, sorry. There's damage to the suspension on the front. That one's done, and this is really going to put anxiety through the paddock that it's so stop-starty at the moment. It's not what you want when you're getting ready for your runs, that you have to spend so much time delayed. 4 more competition drifts to come along in top 32 before we break for lunch. We will be running behind the amount of stoppages that we have had here in top 32. But Nick Lee, there he is. Yeah, I'd have a prep like that. That is that race car backwards is race car. Race car in the tyres is expensive. Race car expensive at this moment in time. Back with more here as we get the car on the flatbed and away here for that M2 of Nick Lee's for the Royal Drift Series.
Three, two, one, action！
漂移我认为是一项很帅的运动。
蹦蹦！
其实我们也非常欢迎这样的大型博主，然后参与到这个漂移运动当中来。
我认为漂移是更精彩的，因为它像 NBA 一样，它每1秒钟都会发生事情。
这一次也是哇，直接撞领先掉头，哇！其实是为数不多见的拥有女车手的车队。
最厉害的点是因为我是女的呀，我是女生。
再折身过来，我法拉利杀到内线，能不能顺利出完？这一次是有总共超过有100万美金的奖金全年度。
它对我来说是一个巨大的挑战。
这就是 Royal Drift Series， 而这不过是一个漫长故事的开始。This is Royal。
Right, let's take another look. So keep an eye on the wheels. Ooh. I think there is an element of it just not gripping back up again. And because it is so shallow out there in the marbles, you are right, chap. You are right. That one does grip up a little bit too much there, or doesn't get the chance to grip up because of where the discard normally is there. From Nick Lee. As Leon Leonid Schneider, I think, is going to have a bye run. As he keeps himself cool out there, and he understands just how much of a situation that he sets himself out with as we zoom slowly on in to the mind. Very, very professional drifter. So, I'd be looking up here at time up going, this is the job well done, all four going into top 16 by the looks of things. As we are still on recovery, and that's really cool to see on the LED boards. Yeah, we're in recovery mode. And Leo just happily waiting then, saying if Nick Lee will go. He does have an absolute 100% run out there in terms of, or does Nick Lee, he's got an absolutely identical backup M2 available. Won't, in my view, be able to go and get that back and around as they try and extricate him. There is the viewing area for all of the drivers. Some electing to use that. Others will be in their own areas having a watch. Champion Speed Sports have their own TV screen out there. So too does 1087X. So they'll be doing so from the comfort of their tents doing so. There is the flatbed pulling itself then in and around. And this will be the indication that Nick Lee and his time is done and dusted. That one will be a case of we will pull that one away and go, there is more to have later on in the season. A case of come back to Ningbo and hope that it all works for Nick Lee, who came into today with a top 16 in the back pocket. Leo Schneider was further down in the championship, 32nd. He ran into Artyom Shabanov in top 32 in Shanghai Tianjin. And so, a whole heap of drama in a very nervous top 32 cut for a number of competitors here. Lenya will be getting the update that, yeah, that's coming around the paddock now. And that's going to be pulled over to one side. So, Leonid Schneider going to start getting a bit of tyre temp back in so he can give himself a good attempt on a dry run forward, a bye run forward, and see Yarko Yulha in top 16. Now, just got some word in terms of why the result went the way of Yarko Yulha as they went through. So the incident contact is Marco Liu's, then into Yarko Yulha, which is 0-0. And so, with not enough time for Yarko Yulha to fix the car and to get back going again on a contact that is someone's fault, you rule it as you don't go for that run, car that is damaged goes through and qualifies. Bye run for Leonid Schneider as he will make his way to top 16. A chance to showboat and show off then will come along as the next four groups are all looking to get themselves ready. Leonid Schneider then shuttering up in and giving it everything, couple tyres over the mark, but that won't matter too much then as he goes through into OZ3 on his bye run. Oh, getting it to really spin up there, the wheels into OZ or into ITG1 and then over the mark there. That will be really, really nice as far as it goes. So, awesome stuff. A nice, comfortable move for Leonid Schneider, who goes through on a 5-0 count into your top 16 to face whatever Yarko Yulha can do to repair the car. Next up then on the docket, the number 3 seed in the number 78 on the right-hand side, Kodai Sebagy. As Leonid Schneider comes back to pits, Kodai gave it absolutely everything, runner-up in Super Top 4. There is the confirmation of a 5-0 from the 5 judges. Leonid Schneider says that Nick Lee's time is up. Right, Gleb Melazov then is up against Kodai Sebagy. Gleb had an early run in his silver BMW, there his E92, and he's hoping that he can give it some up against the Sylvia of Kodai to go and make it happy. So, Let's see how it goes. 750 brake horsepower apiece. Should be an even keel contest here between the Japanese starlet and the Russian driver on the left-hand side. 3 lights are given, and let's get ourselves going again. Sebagy on the lead, start things off, and he will want to be doing just what he did over yesterday. Look at him gap already as Melazov goes shallow once, shallow twice, trying to hold himself together. Not quite what he needs. Gets back to the door here at OZ3 and into the ITGs. Stays shallow, but now needs a good run here off the other side. Nice recovery. But those 2 shallow marks over through the sweepers are certainly going to be where the judges mark it and go, that's not good enough if you want to go and progress. Kudai pulling out the stops then. Just knew that he had to hit his marks well, slightly over the top there in through OZ3, but not really anything too bad to mark down there on that from Kudai. Melazov will need to see Kudai make mistakes if he wants to move his way into top 16 cut. That I am very, very sure of out there. You can see, kicks it out wide. Lovely style of that, Sylvia. Gambare. Give it your all. Look at it pitch through OZ3, over the top of the brow, back down the hill on deceleration. It's so mean to go and do that. Really forces you to think about how you decelerate. Immediately in and trying to get some words of encouragement, understanding this is how the run's going to go, this is where you're going to need to be. I'd take a very close look at that, Gleb, and get any and every bit of information you can out of it. Kudai doing exactly the same, as he's got his Raidan/Shibataya helper out there to go and run through. Runs for Shibataya over in Japan. Bright red normally out there, his machinery goes to silver here for Raidans. The battleground that we have in our top 32. Melazov then pulls his E92 away, and now it is the turn of Sebagy to pull off and say that goes through. We've got some really big talents out there going through in top 32 on this side of the bracket. It is a heavyweights bracket, I would argue here, and any one of about 5 or 6 different drivers has a great chance going through. Look at Urian Nielson. Got a job well done. Talking with his spotter/partner. So, how will you respond, Gleb Melazov, against Kudai Sebagy? Sebagy will have to chase and prove that he has got that chase, and his advantage is he's had more tandems because of Super Top 4. He's more race ready. Signal is given. Gleb Melazov knows. The lights are ready. We are steady. And Gleb Melazov leads Kudai Sebagy off and away. OZ1, initiation. Very nice there on the line. Slightly seeing it drop, but Kudai holds on to his door handle and says, you are going to have to do more than that to shake me away. Look at the hold there going through from Kudai as it goes shallow from Melazov through the ITGs and the pin path. Nice stuff there. That's a really, really good tandem for top 32. Melazov, if he'd run into anybody but Kudai today, I think he would have had himself a really good shot of going through. The draw just hasn't quite suited him. I think he could have had top 16, maybe top 8 written on him. Unfortunately, it is only top 32. He's got a lot of prowess to be able to go up and go through the gears. He's just run into a buzzsaw. And Kudai Sebagy striking like Ichiro out there on the baseball field for the Seattle Mariners. Look at this. Melazov. Lovely angle. Lovely angle to go with silver BMW. But as far as this one stands, being shallow through the sweepers on your chase run is not going to get the job done. Kudai Sebagy on a 5-0 count moves his way through to top 16, where he will face either Kevin Lee or Jerry Chu next on up. Longest wait in the entire paddock is Jerry Ju, but the time he had to put it together in terms of his qualifying run to where he goes today. Basically, he has not driven a car in anger in competition, excluding practice, for over 27 hours now at this point, as we sit at about 12:10 here in the afternoon. There is Jerry on the left-hand side, and he will be turning to go have a look at Kevin Lee in the Nissan Silvia, who will want to show that he can get through top 32. He had a very tough time of things. He's 31st in the championship, and basically he had to deal with Pavel Corpalinski in top 32. There is a potential he'll have to deal with him in top 8 if he gets by Sebagy, does Kevin Lee, but he's got to focus on Jerry Ju first. Jerry into the championship is currently 14th. Then with his running out there, his E92, basically saying, look, I want to go and get there, and I want to give anything that I can to say, I want to go and be aggressive. He told me, did Jerry, actually, at the start of competition today, the way he drifts is no fear. I do not need fear. I do not need worry. I do not need panic. Chen, an SLS Mercedes, the only SLS Mercedes drift car in the world, going down the lane right now, looking to go up against a teammate in the form of Kevin Lan. Next up, then the 606 and the 90, but Kevin Lee and Jerry Ju are going to be the ones who want to go and showcase it next up and say, okay, top 32 cut, almost to a close. And a situation where we've seen it all be decisive, not a single OMT going through. Pavel will be the last top 32 run to go. And the marshal over there having a chat there with Kevin Lee there. Jerry Ju shuts his door. Is there a problem for Kevin Lee? I would be very concerned if there is, because Marvi can ill afford that for their team's effort. Another car out in top 32. We'll be back with more with the Royal Drift Series. Nervous waits for the Kevin Lee camp. Look at your bracket then, as far as it goes. 6 of the 8 are all sorted. Shabanov versus Fontine, a rematch. Matskovich versus Corpi. You've got then the likes of Johnson, Chen and Jason Yi. And then you've got Maxime Grossman and Sam Chen. Orion Nielson will go against Vangi. Yarko Yulha, once repaired, will go against Leonid Schneider. But you've got still to understand who Sebagy will go and face. Kevin Lee and Jerry Ju, looking likely it'll be Jerry Ju at this point, as the likes of Chen and Kevin Lan, and then Pavel Corpalinski versus Luca Liu is then going to be next up as far as they now fight. So I would be keeping a very, very close eye now of how this is going to all set up and go, right, we are now into position next. So look over the paddock down to the time-up garages where they are set up and ready. Jerry still a long old hold here. As Marvy have a long old way. Big waves then from Jerry Jew. It'll be the easiest way to go through actually to top 16, to get a buy run through without having to drive it in anger. You don't have to do 2 buy runs, you only have to do 1 buy run to put yourself over the mark in the way that is required. Charlie Luo there, Leonid Schneider, Matskovich, Khil all the time up over there and having a look at things as far as it goes. A few of the spotters as well, having a very close eye of things too. There's Xanhur, who is trying to get a little bit of understanding then in as they now say, look, we need this understanding. Oh, that's not good. A shake of the head from Xanhur. Oh, Kevin Lee. That's going to be a panic. That is going to be a panic. I would worry, I would be concerned if you're a Marby Racing fan. Jerry Jew not running for Shanghai Apex today. They've elected not to run for the team's championship, so going as solo efforts. The likes of Yvonne Pei, the likes of Brian Chen, the beautiful darling in the Franks livery, not making it through top 32 cut, which leaves him and Dio Gan with a blown engine, which means all eyes on Jerry as far as it goes. And Kevin Lee, again, another shake of the head, which doesn't offer you too much. It's not obvious here what's gone wrong. Maybe not getting it into gear. Definitely someone that I'll try and catch and talk to and say, what's the problem with it, Kevin? Oh, goodness gracious me. Long old day at the office, isn't it, ladies and gentlemen, here in Tianjin. Local time, 12:17. And another car that just refuses to play ball at this moment as they go. Liaising there, Maxime over. Oh, engine no. An engine no. He's got it to fire. Oh, thank goodness. Right. All the time for Kevin Lee then. Jerry Jew will look at that and go, well, a whole heap of trouble to get that one off and going. Finally has it resolute and sorted. Right. We've got ourselves a drift on our hands, ladies and gentlemen, in top 32 on the right side of the bracket. Winner plays Kodai Sebagy. Kevin Lee, Jerry Jew. Experience versus future in full attempt to go out for it. Kevin Lee, 28 years of age. Then on the right side, left-hand side of the screen, Jerry Jew, who has seen it all, has done it all in terms of drifting talent out there, knows he has got a lot on his plate. He wants to put together 44 years of age. Now these two get given the mark and go for it together. Now, will it work through the entire way forward? Are you going to find the way that it works? Here we go. Oh, really struggling to get it engaged, and it's not going to go, and it's not going to fire. So they are going to coast around there. Kevin Lee has a big old problem, and effectively is just going to try and get it round to get then the 5 minutes to go and get it repaired. Overtake by Jerry Jew. Gives him a bit of sideways to say, I should have this. Oh, Kevin pulls it around. Car is broken. He knew it was broken as he was doing the warm-up, was waiting confirmation, what do I do? And the answer is you have to go and do your run. And then you're allowed the time to get it repaired. You're not allowed it before, you will have to have it after you complete a run. Then you're entitled the time. And so that's the difference then that goes. Turbo not spooling. And more time needed as far as that goes. That's not an ice. That's definitely not icing out there. Icing is with deliberate intent. That is not with deliberate intent there for Jerry Jew. Kevin Lee then definitely damaged. And now pulling it over to one side to see if they can do anything about it as a quick fix. So they'll open it up, have a look inside. And for those who are saying, oh, it should be a did not start, they were liaising with race control and trying to get an understanding of the rule book, which I think is very fair to do at the point in time. You can't just zero someone out when you are liaising. You're trying to get an understanding of what your role and responsibility is. And when they had that confirmation, they said, okay, we will play by the rule book. And there's nothing wrong with that at all in my eyes. So I look at that. It's not great. We'll be back with more here in the Royal Drift Series, as Kevin Lee hopes to get things fixed, to have a go of things in the second run, and hope that Jerry Jew stutters and falters. Doesn't look like a good sign, does it, when someone else jumps into the driver's seat? I think this one's going to get pulled back behind the shed. There's Kevin Lee's out the car. Back to the drawing board. Back-to-back top 32s. It'll be a really disappointing one for him. And so they'll get that out of the way. Jerry Jew will move through on a 5-0 count. And we'll get a bye run in the number 11. So we'll talk about Kodai Sebagy awaits the Japanese starlet. And that leaves only 4 competitions left to come along afterwards. Jerry now given his bye run. And so he will now have the chance to go and set that and get himself all sorted. 3 lights on the LEDs. Here we go. Runs on forward and says, right, here we go. Gives it a kick through OZ1, right on the mark. Look at the smoke. Oh, just hang it all out. Cones are going to go flying now. Jerry Jew. OZ3 overdoes it. Back to ITG2, ITG3, and across, and welcome to top 16, Jerry Jew, on a little bit of a scruffy run. A lot of look over there. There's Diogan. Chen also having a good old look at it. Wanting a little bit of understanding. Language on that shirt, please, there, Ken. Right, this is going to be interesting now, as we will now look to move on to the next group with through Jerry Jew coming into paddock. And this should be very, very comfortable to go. Okay, here we go. Pavan to go to there, waiting down at scrutineering, saying this is what you got. Good job. Day done. Wally system off the top. You've gone to the afternoon now. Jerry Jew on a 5-0 will comfortably make his pass by. So, a little scenario out there. Yeah, he's hot in there. I'd be hot in there for how long you had to sit there with a closed door. 5-0, Jerry Jew through to play Kodai Sebagy in top 16 this afternoon. Right, on the phones, the boys. RTM on the right, Maxime, the championship leader, on the left. Right, Shangxin Chen. There might be a couple diesel running SLSs. This might be the only petrol running one. Kevin Lan, 606, BMW M2. Boss, meet your worker. Here we go. They'll be eager to get this one going. Will these two have had a long old hold? And Shangxin Chen will lead us off then. 9-time Chinese drifting champion. Kevin Lan, protege underneath. And Shangxin Chen looking to gap early, very low. Kevin Lan, and now he's realising I don't have the pace to keep up. Oh, that's very late on in. Oh, there's almost contact there with just how low that came on the return. Shangxin Chen pulls a mile out off the exit. Kevin Lan, not what he wanted there. Last thing you want to do is hit a $500,000 US drift car. Oh, how How is that not contact? Oh, a wince. A wince. 0 mileage lubricants. They all winced. The world clenched. Oh. I mean, that car has been beaten up before this season. Over in the welcome round in top 32. Hunting ended up smashing into the side of that. But look at this. Have we caught this on the slow-mo? How close is this going to be on the transfer? And enter stage left. Oh, just about got out of dodge. And so through they are, getting the cooling now done. They have their minute before they're able to go back out again. Have their next run. Chen now feeding, but there is more than enough capable as far as they go. Keeping a very close eye there behind on Kevin Lan. Having a look over, see, this is what I was capable of doing. Here's how I can improve. Now he's going to have to be on the chase compared to that M2, which he will know inherently like the back of his hand. Happy with that, had a look, peace, oh, come on, door please, thank you. And so, they'll pull down the lane and back into position. Right, part 2, the return. Kevin Lan on the lead, Chen on the chase, and now responsibility is going to be about how they go. There was a joke earlier on in the season, if there's contact, how much is the fine for it? And the answer is 5,000 Chinese Rembrandt if you make contact with the boss Chen if you're a teammate. There will be a top 60, there will be a parade of all cars out there actually over lunch. Want to elect for it, but the second part now goes for Kevin Lan. Looking to gear it up, Chen trying to stay close. Angle very tough to get for Kevin Lan. Moves back across then to OZ2. Shallow, trying to get away, Chen. He's always going to be there, always going to be there. Cones start going flying, that's deep, it's out in the marbles. Oh, Kevin, how has he managed to pull that up, Chen? Wow, and gets it back out and away again. Kevin Lan going a mile deep and gathering it back. Gives it the big old beans there on the angle. Knows as well that as far as that one set, this is OZ3. He's gone in far too deep. Chen has to commit at some point, and again, looks a lot better than it was. That's just experience getting that one through on the switchback turnaround. Chen, veteran, getting that one to wheel about where that is, and certainly one where he will look at that and go, yeah, job's a good one. Job is an absolute good one. Right back out. He's narrow, but found the way to get the transfer through, and the judges will note that. Gullwing door opens. Chen, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Moves into top 16, where his date with Destiny is either a rematch of top 8 from Shanghai Tianjin, or he will see a very, very accomplished new star in the scene that he will battle against. So Chen getting it done as a 6 seed over the 27. Only driver through welcome round, well, one of only 2 drivers through welcome round and top, and from Tianjin to go through and get to top 4s each. Pavel Corpalinski versus Luca Liu. The wonderfully, weirdly coloured cars there of Luca Liu on the left. Sylvia ready against the E92. It's this 14 Sylvia. for Pavel Corpalinski. Looks to engage, and it's slow to get around on the angle then from Luca Liu, who's going to have to work hard to get back. Corpalinski then giving himself big amounts of it here, and Liu trying to get himself back there, and he's not. Big angle being offered up by Pavel Corpalinski with a very wet suit after this morning, and he's going to get himself over the line. Biggest issue for him was the Raidan's tents blowing over as far as top 32 is concerned. Look at the gappage there. Luca Liu had to work really hard. And hard work and determination sometimes just isn't enough there. Pavel Corpalinski just pulling the gap the entire way through. Nice stuff. Very, very nice stuff. Advantage Corpalinski. He said it would be an honour to drift up against that SLS Mercedes in top 16 cut. 11th, he said it was an awful day for him. 11th. Didn't get the car to do anything that he wanted to in qualifying. Pavel looks on form here on Sunday, and that will be a scary message for everybody else. Partner there having a look. Scariest thing about Pavel Corpalinski, Master Championship leader, he's only 31, which means he's got another decade at least at the top of the sport. If he should go do so. You zero mileage folk, they're having a look. All the fun then being offered. Hey, here we are, hello. Nice to see you. And a nice wave out there to all the fans watching back at home. Yeah, that's Luca Liu, not quite what he wanted. Need more. Hoping for a better chance of things then on the final run coming up on top 32. Unless something drastic happens that forces these two to go one more time. Very cut and dry in top 32 cut. We didn't have to say the same when it came to action over in Tianjin, where we had about 4 one more times to go through, and a couple double OMTs as well. Pavel Corpalinski down the lane with the door open for a little bit of extra cooling. Luca Liu, not so much, as he will pull it into the leader's role. And the biggest opportunity now comes for Luca. What a chance to get experience at a competition level, top 32, against a driver like Pavel Corpalinski. 860 brake horsepower, play 700. So 160 less horses. Are you going to be able to corral this on a run? Here we go. Game on for Luca Liu. Pavel Corpalinski now has to give him what he can for a right-hands 441 PW updrift. Right there at OZ1. Luca Liu kicks it out. It's a very nice response to go through, but Pavel Corpalinski is there, and there. It's a bit deep going in through, but cover it back in through ITG2 and ITG3. I think Pavel's got that one done comfy. Always there, always ready, always available. Luca Liu. Pavel Corpalinski, I looked at him in practice. He's the only driver who can get close to the door against absolutely anybody through the technical section. Gap opened up, slightly shallow there from Pavel on the chase, but that won't mind because he gets back to the door, well, back to the rear tyre, and gets really up in and close and personal with it. Luca Liu, no shame in that performance there of a lead run. That was very, very nicely put together. But the chase slightly off. And the way that all goes today, it's clean. It's squeaky clean. It's rubber ducky. It's rubber ducky in terms of what Pavel Corpalinski would have looked for. They pull over to one side. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5-0. Rubber dub dub. Thanks for the dub. I'll move through to top 16 where I face young Chen. What a heavyweight scrap that's going to be, ladies and gentlemen. And on that mark, top 32 cut, he's done and dusted. Pavel, oh, big fist bump there between the to. He recognises how important that was. And so our bracket is written then for what top 16 looks like. Shabanov and Fontine, Khil and Korpi, Yi versus Chen, the two teammates, Grossman versus Chen. Then you've got Vangi, Nielson, Yulha and Schneider, Sebagy and Zhu, and then Chen versus Corpalinski. Got some real big treats, some run-backs from Tianjin to go through, and these drivers knowing that this is where the big points are going to come out in competition here at Tianjin V1 Auto World. Let's get ourselves then a little chance to step aside. We're going to go for lunch. Not sure how much lunch we're going to have. And we'll try and get back on schedule as soon as possible with more action to come along here in the Royal Drift Series here, round 2 at V1 Auto World Tianjin.
Three, two, one, action！
漂移我认为是一项很帅的运动。
蹦蹦！
其实我们也非常欢迎这样的大型博主，然后参与到这个漂移运动当中来。
我认为漂移是更有精彩的，因为它像 NBA 一样，它每一秒钟都会发生事情。
这一次也是哇，直接撞领先掉头，哇！ 其实是为数不多见的拥有女车手的车队。
最厉害的点是因为我是女的呀，我是女生。
再折身过来，我们法拉利杀到内线能不能顺利出弯？这一次是有总共超过有100万美金的奖金全年度。
它对我来说是一个巨大的挑战。
这就是 Royal Drift Series， 而这不过是一个漫长故事的开始。This is Royal。
好 ladies and gentlemen, here to V1 Auto World here in Tianjin. Down in on for this driver parade. Over to you, Rick. We got ourselves a great chance to talk to all of the drivers, all of the teams who are available and ready with this wonderful lineup that is here and available at V1 Auto World, your second round of championship action here with us and Royal Drift Series. Zooming on down. Very busy down there with the fans, the media, and the security that is down there. Just making sure that everything is all set and situated for them. As we pan on over the top there, you can see the garages there on the left-hand side. The condominium blocks there, the towers all the way across here around Tianjin and all the way over to the start. Everybody then all happy and set that today has been, I would say, a difficult start for some of the drivers out there to get their top 32 the way they want to. Those who have made top 16 have been very calm, have been very committed about what they have all been able to do and how they have been able to go about their running. A couple bits of note to go through. Jarkko Yulha, in terms of his hit on the suspension, he had himself a really tough moment out there. So, Rick, over to you.
我们先让我们的16强跟我们的选手来曝光一下啊，介绍一下他们的庐山真面目。来，这边来自于俄罗斯的马克西姆，招招手 ，say hi。对。好，下一位，哇，这个长得很帅啊，80号，一样来自于俄罗斯的白俄罗斯的克瑞，这里克瑞，好克瑞，好，接下来这是本场次排位冠军的阿拉 John， 好，这个应该是电影明星吧，一样是来自于俄罗斯的利勇。 好，这位不成熟的先生，这是什么帽子啊？格列伯，好不好？你是来自俄罗斯的格列伯。好，下位，哇，帅哥也是帅哥，来，陆骁，来跟大家打个招呼。好，这个缩小腹缩的相当严重的选手，好不好？钱鸿生，好。 接下来，型男 Marco 刘顺奇。好，接下来那个昨天换完发动机的那个我9任
Mitch Lana，
闪电拉娜，来自 Australia 啊，对。好，接下来本场是表现相当亮眼的佟丽 ，OK。 条儿是 What's your name?
Pavel Corpalinski。
哦 ，Preliminaries。告诉大家你叫什么名字
Sebagy 高大です。
荞麦切广大，哇，这两个刚好都是各自的上个礼拜的世界冠军了。好，接下来好省略啊，不，开玩笑的。好，接下来，
大家好，我是朱元禄
Jerry。好，这个后面的车手都在这里。 等，好来，来自芬兰的选手，有人
Hello， Jarkko Yulha。
哦，Jarkko，来，有人
你好 ，Sebastian。
Ganda，好，我跟你讲，这也是美国人。好，听说我讲中文，你大名
Johnson。
好，再往后来，因为我们时间很赶，所以我们要跑快一点。来，自我介绍一下。
丁冠杰。
好，这是本土选手。
江生。
好，你叫江生，对，其实他是真的叫江生。来，
胡文浩。
本地选手。
对。
耶，天津选手。好，这个。 他的名字叫1087啊，不，来大名
高老庄红走次女，
高璇 ，OK， 这位身材相当纤细的选手，
我叫张展鹤，
他叫1087啊。
对，我也叫1087张展赫。
好了，张展赫。好，这有已经凹造型凹很久的选手。大名
罗家旺
，Charlie 罗家旺哦。你看他这样凹造型，你应该这样子不行吧？来，自我介绍一下。
李凯文。
你对于罗家旺这样凹造型这种行为有什么样的感想？
还有个没来的。
那个没有你们两个帅，没关系啊。好来，这好像是天津选手对不对？大名
理由。
你都忘记自己叫什么名字啊？
理由。
天津的，我不信，说一个天津话来听听看。
倍儿好。
天津话的理由怎么说？
理由
一样啊。来 ，What's your name?
Nielson.
Where you come?
Norway.
挪威哦，挪威是出冠军的车手的地方啊，他听不清楚啊。好来，接下来这个老将的用低沉的声音假装老将的样子啊，不用假装，真的是老将。自我介绍，
我叫王琦，来自 DIS 漂移车队。
好，谢谢。对，结束了。年轻选手，我们一直在夸奖的模拟器车手。自我介绍
，Hello， 我叫刘帅，
来自哪里？
来自涿州啊，
河北吧？
河北涿州。
好，涿州应该很多人知道涿州在哪里吧？来，这个车手，有个相当厉害的外号，听说你有个外号，
悍匪
啊，大名
胡明哲
啊，好，谢谢胡明哲。来，大名。
王世凯 Kevin 0公里 ZM 车队，
刚刚跟你那个盛俊 P 的那一位对不对？
对，跟张老师 P 的。
好嘞，来下位。Hello, your name?
Mika.
Where you come?
From Finland.
芬兰啊，冰天雪地的世界，谢谢。好，下一位。我流汗了。
大家好，我是来自0公里 ZM 车队的李松阳。
松阳，哇，实力派老将。好，接下来，在这里稍微休息一下。没有一个姿势不继续，要撑着。哎，自我介绍一下。
我是0公里中华油诺伊狙击车队90号张成军。
好，胜军啊！有人尖叫啊！天哪，全场就你一个人有人尖叫啊！看起来有发红包的样子哦。有冲子，好来，好，我要绕过你。这个造型不错，来。
我是斗瑞梦车队的李展宇。
哎呦，这个也有冲子，是哪里？
来自广东。
我不信，你要用广东话跟我们讲一下，我们才信。用广东话打招呼。
你要講粗口定講乜嘢
啊？真的是来自广州，好。以上就是我们本场次的选手稍微总共有45位啊。但是呢，刚刚介绍的是有进16强，还有一些车手好的 ，Royal Trip Series 第2站天津站，我们的开幕仪式呢，其实就是这么的简单，好不好？早上呢已经进行了32进16的双车追走，接下来下午呢，我们要进行的就是16进8一直到决赛，最后这一场比赛到底谁能拿下追走的冠军？到底我们中国的选手能不能把冠军留在天津？我们马上开跑！
Oh, Rick getting all his steps in there. God, he deserves a lie down, doesn't he, after all of that? He's putting a lot of energy there on that grid walk to go on through. So a little bit of conversation that we had. Yulha did have the damage that came on through on his suspension. Ultimately, he does think he's going to get that fixed before his next run as he goes through. Nick Lee as well having his issue out there. Also understanding he got lost in the smoke is what he told me. We're going to step aside for one moment. We'll be back about 2:30 local time for action then that will come through for top 16.
3, 2, 1, action！
漂移我认为是一项很帅的运动。蹦蹦！其实我们也非常欢迎这样的大型博主，然后参与到这个漂移运动当中来。
我认为漂移是更精彩的，因为它像 NBA 一样，它每1秒钟都会发生事情。
这一次也是哇，直接撞领先掉头，哇！其实是为数不多见的拥有女车手的车队。
最厉害的点是因为我是女的呀，我是女生。
再折身过来，我们法拉利杀到内线，能不能顺利出弯？这一次是有总共超过有100万美金的奖金全年度。
它对我来说是一个巨大的挑战。
这就是 World Drift Series， 而这不过是一个漫长故事的开始。This is World。
They say drift already has its kings, its legends, its places on the map.
First car to the line.
But what happens when a new place decides it wants everything?
Everybody stand by.
Not next year, not someday.
Car 90 is out.
Now. This is China, and this is not just another race weekend. This is the start of something bigger. A new championship, new names, new pressure, new rivals. A chance to write history from the very first one. Because when everything is new, every battle means more. Every corner matters more. Every name has a chance to become the first one remembered. And one question hangs over all of it. Who is about to change the sport?
Hey, look ya. Gotcha.
Welcome back to V1 Auto World here in Tianjin in China for the second round of the Royal Drift Series and top 16 all the way to finals now here with you after the break that we had for our lovely grid walk that we had earlier on. It's now time to try and give yourself everything you possibly can out there because top 16 is going to come into play and it starts with a rematch from top 8 here from Shanghai Tianma because Artyom Shabanov is hoping he's got an engine that is full up against Sebastian Fontine, who is second in the championship. Seb has known that he's had a couple issues out there. He's been jumping car to car. It's his second car in 2 consecutive meets, and he'll know at Ningbo that the car that he wants is finally going to be able to be done. So that would be a third car in 3 straight meets for the giant of drifting out there. Leonid Schneider and as well Maxim Grossman having a look. Big smile and love then from over there. Oh, and a rear naked choke there from Schneider. Very, very good in the MMA. I'm sure you've got a calling very much like Khabib as far as that one goes. But that's going to be a lot of fun to keep an eye out on here as far as this goes. We keep a look at Artyom Shabanov. He's been the king of Saturdays, and he wants to convert that into what he's capable of doing on Sunday. He understands his role as the #1 car out there from qualifying. He has to once again prove that he has got all of the prowess, the boss of all bosses. But if you're looking for a Fontine, Sebastian is your guy, and he is someone who will, at every single element, being a high-angle drifter, he loves to go and get it in close and personal. He is going to give it a rip-roar with everything that he's possibly got. It's a battle of the top 2 teams in the championship, Time Up and Rydans, and this will have big consequences for how the points will look and who is going to score what, because you're going to have to be really, really smart if you start losing one then in for it. And so I think he's definitely going to want here, Will, Fontine and Shabanov. Both of them are definitely going to want to say this is a must-win position, not just for us as drivers, not just for individual championships, but for the teams as well to go and get that. Winner will play the winner of Matskovich Khil versus Mika Korpi in this next section. So, get yourself ready. Good morning, Europe. Hello, very good evening to you over in the United States or in the Americas continent. Very much a case of good afternoon here in Asia and Australasia. We're in and ready for V1 Auto World as they await the signal here, walking around back to Artyom Shabanov. And a lot of 0 mileage then out there trying to get their eyes through. Hold up your tablets, your phones, anything that you need that is going to say, right, I want to have a good old look at what drifting is all about. And of course, in 2 months' time, we'll be over in Ningbo, so you've got the opportunity to book your tickets and get on over there, as that is the garage area there for everyone to go and watch. Shabanov versus Fontine, 1,000 horsepower play 700 M3 against Toyota Supra. Right then, here we go. Artyom Shabanov on the lead. 3 lights on the LEDs, and let's get ourselves underway then for top 16 action here as Shabanov now looks to set the pace. Fontine looking to get aggro out there, but he's got to try and stay with Artyom Shabanov as much as possible. He's a little bit low. There is going to be Fontine into OZ3. All over it, he's too far! And he goes back, 2 tyres dip on out, and it is advantage Artyom Shabanov. Oh, Seb, he said he was going to go big, and it's go big or go home. Well, there's no way he's going to buy a ticket back to Amsterdam at this point, so he's got to go big. And it just doesn't work out. Artyom is metronomic. He hits his mark every time. Oh, he had to do so much correction work to go and get that back. And ultimately, it sacrifices the whole run for fear of clanging the back of that Supra. Oh, dear me, Seb. Oh, dear me, Seb. Not what he would have wanted to have seen. And now he's going to have to find an equal or greater mistake out of then Artyom Shabanov, a guy who does not make mistakes. He is so... How many millimeters do you want to put? How many pieces of paper between that? Very lucky he's not clanged the rear. Good job, Seb, of avoiding that. Artyom Shabanov, though, he has this magic aura about him. He is so good. He is so good when it comes to the way that he drifts. He honestly turns it trivial, the art of drifting. He makes it look like anyone can drift. And not everyone can. Not anyone can drift like Artyom Shabanov. I think only Artyom could drift like Artyom, but Fontine gave him a red go, but it wasn't quite enough there in that first attempt. So nothing silly here, Artyom, and top 8 for the second consecutive meet is there, and you knock out second in the championship to be laboured in top 16. If that is the way that it all needs to be set. So, quick tyre change then coming in for Rydans. Yes or no, yes or no. They're going to argue that one. No, you need the other tyre there to roll around and get that one all done in and sorted before that goes on then as they set. So off then goes one Mr. Artyom Shabanov. They are going to leave the tyre there by the looks of things. I don't need that one. It will stay there. Right, on the jack. They're going to be allowed to change the tyres. Up it goes quickly. Quick, get the rears done and get a new set of tri-aces on it. Go and say, right, let's go back. Let's take another look. Here's the transfer over. And Seb is trying to chuck it there. Gets maximum angle, maximum angle, maximum angle. Oops, I've got a bit too... Oh, just gets himself out of dodge there from a hit like that. Oh, he's gone very well to avoid, but they go and get themselves the tyres on the back, making sure that it's all there. Pressures are all adjusted to what they need to be. Cool. And then a chance for Sebastian Fontine. Let's try and find a miracle, some would say. Break the unbreakable. Get it to bare minimum one more time. He knows what he's got to do. Here he goes. Artyom waiting. And here comes Sebastian Fontine to say, look, I need to be the lead, so I will go first. Oh, look at that. Oh, that would tell you all you need to know. That was coming off the rim, so that would have been a puncture there as it has short in on how that's gone. De-bedded it. Never any good when you have something like that. Too aggressive. Whole rim has come over to one side because of the angle. And you don't want to be running out there on the tyre itself, on the rim. Definitely is not healthy in any way, shape or form. Fontine, you need a miracle. Artyom Shabanov does not make mistakes. I've never seen this guy make a mistake. Only way that I've seen him in trouble is if the engine's gone conk. And that happened at Tianjin. Right. What do you got for us? Sebastian Fontine. He will now be the one responsible with Artyom Shabanov on the chase. Rydans versus time up. Advantage time up in this top 16 match. A rematch from top 8 in Shanghai Tianjin. Here at V1 Auto World. Get it engaged. Sebastian Fontine to initiation. Very nice, and Artyom Shabanov giving himself just enough room. He doesn't need to get too close to the door here. He just needs to find a little bit of magic here. 0-10 degrees being the key, and Artyom Shabanov shadows him very well. Fontine with a nice recovery then in terms of his runs, but Artyom Shabanov again has proven that he doesn't make mistakes, and there's nothing you can do about that if you're Sebastian Fontine. The damage was too heavy in the opening run, and the judges will also know and understand where the role and responsibility comes from all of this out there. It's a circuit that definitely highlights small mistakes as large mistakes as catastrophic, catastrophic as pretty much day-ending in terms of what it goes. It is so quick, it is so tough as a circuit to go up there. And a lot of drivers expect this series to be a little bit more technical out there, not expecting a high-speed run like this one. It's very different to what we'll see over the course of the rest of the season. And so I would argue here, Fontine, not much more you can do about that one, buddy. Not much more that can be done. They'll drive it back to the pit lane, where they will await the judge's decision and see which way it will go. I think it looks pretty simple in my book which way that one's going to set. Seb immediately out of the car over to Artyom to give him the big congratulations. What a good attempt that was. Those two at it again. They didn't have the chance to shake hands there, just discussing between each other exactly where that one is going to go. So, judges' scores are in, and it is going to be 5 across the board for Artyom Shabanov, who once again puts himself in top 8, and now looks to eye up a run out there. A little stare at the tyre. The tyre didn't work, it debedded, and so Sebastian Fontine will now have to hope that Maxim Grossman goes out in top 16 to gain any points on him in the championship. From one time-up car, though, to another, because Matskovich Khil, the Belarusian from Minsk, is up against the Finn, Mika Keski-Korpi, for zero mileage lubricants, then by way then of a wonderful place called Himanka in Finland. Here comes the chance then. Matskovich Khil will set us off then into position. Mika Keski-Korpi taking as much of an angle as he can then as he initiates. He gets right up into it then, into OZ1, OZ2, matches that one exactly how it needs to. Rear flat then going away for then Matskovich Khil, and Mika Keski-Korpi is all over him on this run. It was a lovely run as a lead by Matskovich Khil, but Mika Keski-Korpi has said, well, it's looked so difficult for so long for everybody, I'm going to make it look easy. What a run by Mika Keski-Korpi. He has not come to play second fiddle to nobody in terms of this one. He wants absolute, unequivocal chances to go and battle with the very best. And that was a lovely run to see here in top 16. That is going to make a lot of people very, very happy. All 830 of you that I can see right now here in YouTube land, or wherever you may be watching here in terms of action of the Royal Drift Series. Absolutely epic. Oh, look at that. They're lovely to see Lana Schneider giving a big clap of just how important that was for me to see an epic drifting between the pair. So now, flip reverse it. Pressure on Matskovich Khil to go and put it back. They're allowed a minute here. Cool the engine, cool the tyres, make sure any adjustments that they need are dealt with, or they are sent back out to go and have another go. And really here, I would say Matskovich Khil has a big result then to try and get to. Artyom Shabanov puts his stuff down next to Leonid Schneider after depositing his car back in the garage. And now, once again, they'll go in top 16 spec. Again, another looks like a top 8 battle. These two both, I would argue, deserve to be in top 8, but they've run into each other here. Mika had problems in qualifying with a belt issue on the engine. Snapped one, nearly snapped it again. Replaced it, and very happy then to go for it. So he will be looking around, back in as they set, and Mika then I think is going to get told off for going back into the zone. No, don't do that. Come on, back along you go. And into position, and they were very quick over there to say, no, you don't get a second go of that. Come on back. So Matskovich Khil is there. They watch on at zero mileage lubricants here for the ZM team. Time up. Hoping that it will be Artyom versus Matskovich in top 8. They can only get 3 into super top 4 if it all lines up the way that it needs to. So, let's go. Let's get ready. Mika Keski-Korpi leads. Matskovich Khil is there in second, and Matskovich is right up there first. Shallow angle as here goes the chance for Mika Keski-Korpi. Matskovich Kirill is right there, doesn't quite offer as much angle, and Mika's gone deep! Mika's gone deep and straight over, and he takes the cones and lead. Oh, that's a huge mistake out there from Matskovich Kirill. Couldn't follow on, that was a messy end to it. You cannot go and overtake. Ooh, I'm interested to see this one from the judges. I am really interested to see this one from the judges' perspective here. It is a no-no to go and overtake. Yes, Mika Keski-Korpi missed the zone at ITG1. That's one thing. But you don't go cut the course and you overtake. Matskovich Kirill trying to follow. Shallow has to grab then the handbrake to get it to enter. And he goes just as deep and realizes, I've got too much speed, I've just got to go ahead. Wow. Wow, we were. Mika and Matskovich. The two M's out there. And look, the way that Matskovich Kirill was there, what's the two options he's got? He either zeroes it out or he just chucks it into the rear of Mika Keski-Korpi. No in between there in that situation, so he's done what he can to show that he's still committed. And Mika will look at that and go, okay, which way will this one now go? And here is the results. 5 across the board for Mika Keski-Korpi, who knocks out Matskovich Kirill in top 16, and he will go to face Artyom Shabanov in top 8. And they will rule that as by virtue of running through and being ahead and making the overtake off the circuit. That is going to be a no-no there as they set. A couple of Raidan's teammates are going to be going up next then, as the next understanding of result is going to now have to be determined. It is the Nissan Safiro 831 of Jason Yee who will lead with 800 horsepower, 800 as well for the Sylvia of Johnson Chen, who knocked out Mitch Lana in top 32. The biggest upset we have had, the 29 seed against the 13 seed, the number 13. Here we go, between two who know each other very, very well. It's a case now of Jason Yee giving it all here into OZ1, and Johnson Chen wasn't quite near enough there to start. Nicely gets back, but in towards OZ3. Oh, Jason's a mile out wide, forces it low there from Johnson Chen. Lovely angles all the way across, and Johnson Chen gets back. Jason Yee there, he drifts in a way that is very abrasive to try and get right. He puts big a high angle into everything, and Johnson Chen was just a half step back every stage of the way, slightly low, didn't quite know where he was going to go. Tried to get back to the door and did so. The Street Fighter is going to have to be down to the final stock, you would feel, with that run, unless Jason Yee finds disaster in his chase attempt out there. Very tough to chase here at V1 Auto World, with the way that the run is looking to set itself up with. Look at this. Big angle in. And clapping all the way as they go. Hello, Alexander. Back there, working on the documentary of 5 series. This is Royal. First episode is live in China at the moment on Bilibili. And there will be an English translation coming before round 3 of the championship at Ningbo. So you get your hands on and watch the Royal Drift series. And that's going to be really fun to see. It'll be subtitled on with you to understand a little bit more about what drifting is and what Royal Drift series is all about. So there is Johnson Chen. I think he's got more to do here. 33 degrees it is out there at the moment. It is sweltering again. 4 straight days of it. Bit of cloud cover starting to come over as well. There are worries that there might be some rain coming in the late runs out there. So pressure looming. Johnson Chen and Jason Yi. I think Jason's got the advantage here, putting down a very, very good run. As far as tyre rules go, they are actually quite relaxed if you go read the rule book. So it's something where they're on the tri-aces and they're just trying to get as much grip as they possibly can out of them. So go have a whole heap of fun for action that is going on through. So now it's the turn of Chen to lead. Jason Yi has got to find anything that he possibly can out there to say, okay, I'm not letting you have a single chance. Chun-Li getting ready. Choose your character and then some. Jason Yi beat Echo Gao to get here. Chen unlocking it against Mitch Lana. Nissan Sylvia then for Chen. His S15 needs to sing against the Safiro A31. Here we go, 1, 2, 3, and green. Let's get ourselves then the second half of this top 16 battle between two Rydans teammates. Chen looking to set it up. Jason Yi right up to the door to start things off. Trying to get the angle, he's wide. He takes 3-4 cones out of it. Chen now has a gap and needs to try and do well. Jason Yi gives it a big boot to get it back and overcooks in and around. Jason Yi with a huge mistake. And Chen is at it again to go and find a way. A 29 seed might be finding their way to top 8. Way too wide at OZ2. OZ3 comes along and he's having to do the work through the ITGs to get it back. He over pushes though on the transfer and he spins it round and he knows it. He knows it. I let the golden goose slip. I have let the golden goose out of the gate. And I thought there would be some upsets today. I wasn't expecting it to be this big. Jason Yi around in that Safiro. Resilience pays off for Chen. My oh my. I think Jason kicked himself for that. Really kicked himself. He had a great shot. They're already there, having a look at it. Here's the result. 5-0, 29 seed in top 8. Chen will play the winner of Maxime Grossman and Sam Chen. He's knocked out a 4 seed. There's a chance he knocks out 5 seed. Oh, look at that. Oh, love a go. Oh, down goes Jason. Down goes Jason. Excellent stuff between them. Stoked. Right. Championship leader, Maxime Grossman, up against Sam Chen, who has looked really good here at Tianjin. Top 16, 1,000 horsepower each, a VR38 versus a 2JZ GTE. Sam Chen, better than what he did at Tianma. Maxime Grossman trying to find it. Here's the initiation. It's very fast early, having to slow it down now with Sam Chen, and now look to engage. Maxime Grossman now will pull a little bit of a gap here in through OZ1, trying to come back here at OZ2. Then Maxime Grossman hits the marks, absolutely acing. Oh, Sam Chen is so low, trying to keep up the pace, then can't get there, and it's going to be behind by half a step to each of the ITGs. Maxime's just got to hold the door now, and he is absolutely there. Sam Chen just seeing the gap extend over the top of the hill, go so low. That's where you start seeing the differences between those two. And there's a reason why Maxime Grossman is championship leader. Oh, a bit of rubber's actually hit a bit of the foam with that VR38 engine there. It comes out the skyline. And just behind is the way that it went, always behind. And I did notice it with Leonid Schneider that it was a tad slow to engage when the green goes, and it looked very similar there for Maxime Grossman. It was a little slow to engage, and so that meant that Sam Chen did have to slow down off on the initiation. And there they are all at the moment, keeping a very close eye on everything that is going on. I am very sure that Artem Shabanov is keeping a close eye on who he may potentially face if he goes into top 4 and the round robin that comes along. Chen knows the level he has to get to. He gets higher and higher and higher with every round here in the Royal Drift Series. Got to find a little bit more. And I think he's very capable of putting down a good lead run. Maxim Grossman had a difficult chase against Lee Seongyang. Not because Maxim struggled, but because Lee Seongyang had some very funky angles to go and deal with, which forced him to deal with the lack of pace. I'm interested now to see what Chen can put down and whether Maxim Grossman feels the need to go uber aggressive or not. I don't think there was a major mistake, just a lot of medium mistakes in the run from Chen. But he's going to have to try and gather it back now, get himself ready for this next attempt. Maxim Grossman, almost underrated. How can you say a championship leader is underrated? He is someone who is going to be a threat for the championship, and you would be his leader. And now you got to go to the next stage and say, right, my Super A80 wants to go and get it. Chen trying to light up the wheels here, initiate this one, leaves it as late as he can. It's forward there from Maxim Grossman at OZ1. Now having to try and fight back here at OZ2, struggling to get the angle there is Chen. They go into OZ3, gap starting to form, it's a little deep there as he goes through, not quite followed there, but it's a lot better through the follow through the ITGs, and it straightens out over the finish then from Chen, who has been prone to doing that on his runs. Oh, goodness gracious me. That could have gone any one of 50 different ways. Doctor Strange would have looked through the vortex and seen there could have been 1,000 different angles there for that. Very shallow on the line and very tough to engage there for Maxim Grossman. Fought back to the door, almost to the point there where he had to get back. I think it is still advantage Maxim Grossman in my eyes. Very intrigued to see what the judges think about that as a call of result. It is best to follow it. Not offering too much angle, I think, is the key. And if you don't offer angle, you don't offer commitment. If you don't offer commitment, often pace goes down. Time up, we're pleased with it. Hudson had his hands up. Let's see what the result's going to be. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5-0 for Maxim Grossman, who moves his way on through into top 8, where he will face the 29 seed of Johnson Chen. As we will move to the right-hand side of the bracket, and this is a powerhouse matchup. The 3rd place driver in the championship, Vangi, is going to have to go against the number 2 ranked opposition here today from Marvi Racing, the Norwegian Ørjan Nielson, who will be taking a very close look in his BMW M3 and saying, it's a Z4 that's there. Right, Ørjan, he's had a little bit of bad luck here, there and everywhere. Vangi having to go and be diligent and resolute once more. The ace of Champion Speed Sports versus the ace of Marvi. Not quite hitting the marks there at OZ1, but he's starting to think about building a gap here as Ørjan Nielsen. Vangi trying to follow with that lovely flow that he brings to the competition, gets himself right back in, gets nice on the transfer, but he's now a stage behind, trying to fight it back. Ørjan Nielsen just about pulled away there by the end. Epic stuff between these two, and they look evenly matched here. They look evenly matched, a half stutter step behind. Thumbs up stuff between them. Look at it, trying to get back. Ace there from Vangi. Ørjan doesn't offer very much there through the chases. By the time you get to the ITGs, it's easy to get gapped. And that's where Vangi started to find it. If Ørjan Nielsen can get to the doors through ITG3, ITG2, ITG3, and TG4, that might be the way he gets through. So, well. The question now finds itself getting that launch. Very respectable run between the pair of them. Holding on with everything you can. Pulling it back to the pit. It was very chunky and bitty. Top 32, lots of stoppages, lots of contact, lots of moments of mistakes. Not seeing as much as that here in top 16. We are seeing mistakes, but not with the contact, not with the stoppages. It's just mistake, move on. Makes a big difference out there. Blowers there, ready to put themselves together. Say, right, let's cool you down. And let's get a little bit more understanding. Vangi has reached every single top 4. Winner will play either Yulha or Lana Schneider in top 8. That's what they could have to deal with next. Door shut for Urian Nielson. And off and away goes the Norwegian. Vangi, very experienced drifter. And that experience pays off. And that Z4 now has the role and responsibility of leading after putting down a very, very good chase run for V1 Auto World in Tianjin. Back to line they go. Looking set. More cloud cover coming over. Just enough to put a bit of nerve in. Not enough. They're not rainy clouds. They're white, fluffy ones. But they could darken. Urian Nielson. Vangi. 12 plays 99. The 18 seed against the number 2. We're ready. Flag grabbed. 3 red lights, and the green is go. Vangi now to lead. Urian Nielson now having to go and follow. Urian is right up against it. There's contact. There's contact as they go through. Urian Nielson was so aggressive there. Vangi at the door surely has this done now. Going through OZ3 and over into the ITGs. Urian's going to get back at it. Takes a couple codes as well. Vangi. Never count him out. He is so unsuspecting. Oh, look at it. He gets to the door and he just sees the influx of grip there on the first initial contact, and it pushes the way through for Vangi. Oh, goodness gracious. Oh, goodness gracious me. There's over 1,000 of you seeing that. That's very tough to watch there. First contact, second contact. Vangi has held the pace. I think Urian's just gone in a bit too hot, a bit too deep. Saying, that was a great run behind me. I've got to go bring it. And he's overcooked. He's been struggling with his gears as well. He's had a gearbox issue that he had to try and deal with over the night. It's an excellent save by Vangi and Urian Nielson to keep that competition going. Vangi is going to have a big old smile on his face because he just keeps doing it again and again here in Royal Drift Series, and he is such a difficult character to go out and battle. I said at the end of Tianjin, as they both give each other a hug, I absolutely 100% think people are going to quake in their boots when they realise they've got Vangi to go and battle with. They are going to quake in their boots. There's Candy with the phone. Epic stuff there for Vangi. Thumbs up. Yeah, I'd have a good thumbs up with that as well. Another look then from drone. Gives the angle. Tap. Tap. Boosh. Vangi just sticks the foot down on it and goes, no, I can still transition it into OZ2. It's a glancing blow. Because they're carrying so much speed, that's a glancing blow to the door. Looks worse than it actually is. Boosh. pushes him through. Vangi, experience of a man. Where's LA Knight? Shoes of a champion. See that drift? Shoes of a champion. Yeah, pretty nice. Long old wait. Only one of the 5 judges have put a decision in at the moment. Florian Nielson trying to stay cool. Very unlucky over the last year or so. He's thinking about taking a sabbatical. Got the invite from Marby. Do you want to come and race with us in Royal Drift Series? He leapt at the opportunity. Second in qualifying on a 95 and a half. I think Urian Nielson is someone who will be threatening in the later rounds. But today, I worry. Will it be his day? Yes or no? We await decision from the judges here from V1 Auto World in Shanghai, in this wonderful battle of Tianjin. Stay with us here. Royal Drift Series, round 2. All judges now have put their scores in. We're just awaiting confirmation of which way it is going to go. Oh! Oh, that's going to shock. Urian, I thought that was going to go straight to Vangi. It's not. Urian Nielson with the upset. On a 4-1 count, is through against Vangi. And he now puts himself into top 8. Oh, they're going to mark that as I didn't get that much on it. They gave angle to Vangi, everything else over to Urian Nielson. Oh my, oh my. I might have to go ask Stepan how they managed to get to that point. Next up is going to be Jarkko Yulha over against Leonid Schneider. Jarkko had the damage to the car after the hit with Marco Liu's Corvette. Leonid Schneider now looks around at it and goes, it's rage against someone like Yorkistan, who now goes for it in his R32 against the JZX. And look at it, every stage of the way it's there. And now it's going to be about what Leonid Schneider wants out of it. Jarkko Yulha gives a big angle, that's very low there from the likes of Leonid Schneider, and he takes a comb for his troubles, gathers it back and tries to give something off the exit. Advantage Jarkko then on that run. Advantage Jarkko. That was a big old attempt there. And the key being Leo straightening up, trying to transition, gives it the angle and suddenly it's gripped up too much. Has to go and take a bit more. That's what we would call painting yourself into a corner, Picasso. Very tough there for Leonid Schneider and Jarkko Yulha. has a very good habit of turning on the style in battlegrounds like these. Won at the welcome round. Top 8 ran out against Maxim Grossman. Winner plays the 12 of Urian Nielson. And that's going to be key. Just got confirmation from Stepan Zemtsev actually. 99 goes from 112 to 106 after initiation. So that drop of speed is where you get the understanding of, okay, he dropped a little bit of speed. That's why there's contact. That's why Urian Nielson gets it on a 4-1, because the fault is on the leader rather than on the chase. So that very much tells you all you need to know in terms of how that one came about in terms of result. But nervous look from Artyom Shabanov, an even more nervous look over directly to his left, or the right of screen, there for a very, very good and important character there, media representative of Yarko's. Advantage Yarko. So he knows he's just got to put a good run. Don't do anything silly. Leonid Schneider is behind. Yarko Yulha now just has to convert. And if he can, then he will. Leonid Schneider needs to find a way to now make this his ground to go against. Winner plays the Norwegian Urian Nielson. Yarko the 7 seed, Leonid Schneider the 10 seed. As the form book goes, he wants everything he can and then some as we look to get ourselves ready. Right, Leonid on the right, Yarko on the left. Nissan Skyline GTR 32 versus a Toyota Mark II JZX90 in black and green. The white and blue there of Yarko Yulha in Finnish colour for gold core. Here we go for the second part of this top 16 clash. Leonid Schneider looking to engage. Yarko Yulha gets himself then just about to the door. Leaves a little bit of room here into OZ2. Struggling to stay back with there. The pace of that is just mega right now from Leonid Schneider. Gets it down in. Yarko with so much angle. He's behind by a half. Leonid Schneider's going to pull away. Oh, that's left the door ajar. The power of that Toyota Mark II gives Yarko something to think about. Behind the 8 ball, just couldn't keep up. Nothing really looked wrong there from Yarko. Oh. Oh my. This is going to be an interesting one. This is going to be an interesting one. Let's see how this goes, because I think Leo's got a case. Yarko there, gets out of the car. Leo is always very good. Denisov, Zemtsev, Vorobiev, Vernon. Dolgic said one more time, it's a 4-0 count, and Yarko Yulha will go to face Urian Nielson. So the commitment, they say, was the same. But Yarko is through. And that was big. A big old result there, because it looked like he was a half step back. Leo had a really, really good run. I actually agree with Stash Dolgic. I think that was a one more time in my look at it. Nice stuff. Nice stuff between the pair. So it will be a Scandinavian affair. Now, bottom right corner of the graphic, it's a Japanese sensation, Kudai Sebagy, up against Jerry Ju, who had himself a breeze through of a bye run over in top 32. Top 16 then between. Looks very, very strong as it goes. Now they engage. Kudai Sebagy on the lead. Jerry Ju trying to come back. And and now knows what he's got to do. Nice at the door as they work themselves in through OZ2. OZ3 now comes along, Kodai starts to build the momentum and try and break away. Jerry Jew through the smoke, loses sight a little bit. Now as they go into ITG3 and ITG4, very, very good by Kodai Sebagy. We expect that. Jerry Jew had to work for that and saw it slowly walking into the distance. You can see here trying to find the turn early on the engagement. Fights to try and get back. That's the only one real mistake. Yes, I do know that Finland's not part of Scandinavia, chat. It's that Nordic region. It's a Nordic battle. Let's put it like that. It's a Nordic battle coming up. Right. Okay. It's going to be one where you say, I think Jerry Jew is behind. I don't think he's behind by much, but I do believe he's behind, and he's going to have to do some work on this lead run. Kodai has got to try and just put this consistent. Living currently in the Kanagawa prefecture of Japan, which is west of Tokyo. Just a smidge, it's on the coast. If you understand various video games, it's area of Kanto in Pokemon. But for the moment, you look around at Jerry Jew, seen it all, done it all, drifts out in Formula Drift Japan. Will be out there to race at Sportsland Sugo in a couple of weeks' time. Interesting to see what he does there. But for the moment, Jerry Jew will have to focus on Kodai Sebagy first. And yes, Kodai is not drifting in a red car. He's in the silver and black of Raidan's colours, which effectively forms under the umbrella of Shiba Tire, which is what he runs in D1. Jerry Jew not racing today for the team then of Shanghai Apex. But he will look and say, for individual prowess, I've got more power, I should be able to go and put it to good use. Kodai, now with opportunity, you've got to look over and say, right, here goes the chance, here goes the opportunity. Jerry Jew on the lead, Kodai Sebagy follows on then in on the wheel, tips it back around, oh, leaves him nothing, OZ3, Jerry under pressure, slightly misses the mark, Kodai trying to follow and he's a half step but gets it back, lovely stuff there from the pair of them, putting down the houses there with that sort of run, epic stuff. Kodai, this OZ2 is mega. Gets him to the door, leaves in the room for the transfer into OZ3. Gap starts to form naturally. Down through the D cell, they both slightly miss. It's well followed, but then Kodai just goes, right, aggro mode, I'm gonna come back in it. Jerry put a nice run down. What more can you say from these two? Pretty sweet stuff as far as they've looked to put it together. I keep saying these top 16s feel like top 8s. The top 8s will feel like top 4s. The top 4 round robin will feel like Theatre of Dreams. 3 judges in with their results. Kodai will know. He is or Kodai or Jerry will know. I will correct myself. They will face either Zhang Chen or Pavel Corpalinski. Respect between them as they move on over. Jerry has a good old look at it and goes, what could I have done better? What could I have not? And I think, Jerry, there's not much there that went wrong in terms of the run. Kodai absolutely pinned it like a demon, like an Oshi. Sorry, like an Oni, sorry, I should say. Brilliant. Brilliant, brilliant stuff. And again, going to come across here. Have a chat about it. Helmet's going to come off. Chen coming over there, potentially help out. Chen there in the background. 4 judges have got their scores in. And the 5th now as we await confirmation. And a lot of respect given there between the pair of them. So, by the mark of 5-0, Kodai Sebagy will see the second Raidan's car into top 8. 2-4 time up, 2-4 Raidans, and it could be a 3rd for Raidans here, and that would give them a huge team advantage, but they've got to get through the kingpin, the 9-time Chinese champion. Pavel Corpalinski is the Drift Masters Championship leader. This is a rematch from Shanghai Tianma top 8, where Chen knocked out Pavel Corpalinski in his Sylvia. It's SLS Mercedes now going out for it on lead. Pavel Corpalinski giving the what for. Now Chen going into OZ2, set a great line. Pavel Corpalinski there every stage of the way. Now you're trying to work into OZ3. Pavel there slightly forward, but that's still very nice. Transferring over. Pavel is all over him, heading towards the ITG3 and TG4. That is ace stuff between the pair. Next to nothing wrong on the run from Chen. 1100 here watching and engaging. And Pavel Corpalinski, the closest of anybody today, going through the ITGs. This is gonna be bruisers, hard-nosed, heavyweight clash. It's Tyson Fury and Anthony Joshua. It's Muhammad Ali versus Smoking Joe Frazier. And big claps of what that was. Our focus there on Urian Nielson, who knows, could potentially move on in. Is there anything more? The riposte is going to be the more important thing when Chen has to follow Pavel Corpalinski. There is Chen taking a look. All right, I don't need to see any more. I know what I'm all about. Pavel Corpalinski having a look over there. Calm, poised, ready. Didn't have a great qualifying. Knows what he needs to do now. Chen in the SLS rather than the Super A90 he was running at the season opener at Shanghai Tianma. Reason why, has more control in that Mercedes. He wants control. And we will go and see how it is going to play. More and more of you rolling in as the morning wakes up, and it is a pleasure to be here with you. I'm Jake Sperry. That is Chen. On the right, that's Pavel Corpalinski. A rematch from a month ago at Shanghai Tianma. Raidan's 441 BW updrift. Up against 0 mileage lubricants, new OU Gold Core ZM race team. Whoever wins, their team gets 3 in top 8, with Mika Keski Korpien and Jarkko Yulha, with the likes of Kodai Sebagy and Johnson Chen into top 8. Big teams championship ramifications here on this. Here we go. Corpalinski and Chen going at it. Zhang all the way there, slightly forward through OZ2. Pavel's got an opportunity now. OZ3 comes along, ITG1. They're trying to follow, transfers come along. Chen's trying to get it back, but one miss zone could be all she wrote. Pavel Corpalinski could exact his revenge the same way Artyom Shabanov at the start of top 16 exacted his revenge on Sebastian Fontine. This is epic stuff. We are talking about one mistake ruins it. We are talking about you have to now be perfect at top 16. It's not often that you have to say you've got to be perfect at top 16. You can have minor mistakes at top 16 normally. Chen is no stranger to an OMT. And Pavel Corpalinski wouldn't want that. I don't think we're talking OMT range. But I do think we're talking elite wheeling. I think we are talking elite wheeling. Pavel gets out of the car on the left-hand side. Lin and Schneider having a look. Getting a little bit of help there as he has the chat over. Immediately trying to have a look at that run. Where's that guy from the white Supra? You're looking at him in the Mercedes SLS, mate. Vangi out in top 16 against Nielson. And so now, Chen just still watching, still waiting, still trying to hope that the result goes his way, or how it goes. 4 judges in, 5 judges in on score. Ooh. One more time. Pavel Corpalinski, 1-0. One more time for Mr. One More Time, Chen. Pavel Corpalinski, they'll have to go again. There are no other OMTs. Rack 'em, stack 'em, have another go. For those who are understanding, the reason why Vangi is out, why Nielson went into him, was because there was a depreciation of speed from Vangi by 6 kilometers an hour. That's the reason why that has gone the way that that went. But Chen is now going to have to go back again. Pavel Corpalinski, if he goes out to this, let's take a look at this from Wally. First chance to really get an eye on this one here today. And you'll see proximity there on the right-hand side. Speed differences in meters per second. It is down slightly low. But then you're fighting back. Look at that for closeness. Working through the transfers. Trying to get it back out and away. It's lovely stuff to see. And who wouldn't want to see Pavel Corpalinski versus Chen one more time? Oops. Mika Keski-Korpi's jumped the gun. Mika, you can't keep drifting. Go back, son. You got to let Big Boss Man have another go against the Drift Masters Championship leader and a driver who absolutely would not want to see top 16 here as the position he ends up with come the end of this one. Just like me, get the pen out one more time. Oh my goodness, we are in for some elite win. This is top 16. And it's Chen versus Pavel Corpalinski. Pinch me, I'm dreaming. This should be a finals battle between these two. It is going to be a real shame if one of them goes out here. One of them will have to. One of them will look at it and go, this is a seismic dent in my championship. Back with more in a moment here with Royal Drift Series.
3, 2, 1, action！
漂移我认为是一项很帅的运动。蹦蹦！其实我们也非常欢迎这样的大型博主，然后参与到这个漂移运动当中来。
我认为漂移是更精彩的，因为它像 NBA 一样，它每一秒钟都会发生事情。
追击也是哇，直接撞领先掉头，哇！其实是为数不多见的拥有女车手的车队。
最厉害的点是因为我是女的呀，我是女生。
再折身过来，我们法拉利杀到内线能不能顺利出完？这一次是有总共超过有100万美金的奖金全年度。
它对我来说是一个巨大的挑战。
这就是 World Juke Series， 而这不过是一个漫长故事的开始。This is World。
Welcome back to V1 Auto World. One more time being called for Pavel Corpalinski and Chen. Chen holding the weight of China on his shoulders. If he doesn't get through, there are no representatives from China in top 8. Pavel Corpalinski, the whole of Poland on his shoulders, understanding that the weight of responsibility he has, the level of talent he has in this world, his championship statuses over in Europe, he is one epic drifter out there. And so now it's game on for one more time. So they'll rack them up again exactly how they did in top 16. They'll get another opportunity to warm those tyres up. And everything on the line. Championship implications already at round 2. Team championship implications for how many points are going to score. Whoever basically puts themselves in has the advantage of 3 in top 8. And is going to be a big favourite to take the team's points. Chen on the lead in that Mercedes SLS. Doesn't it look absolutely sick? Pavel Corpalinski, not in his Driftmaster spec, but still very much a nice 11 seed in the Nissan Silvia S14. One more time. Chen knows all about these. He doesn't want any more, but he's got one against Pavel Corpalinski. Went through Lana, Schneider in the welcome round, double OMT. Had 3 OMTs to go through to get to top 4 in the first round of the championship. Now here comes the opportunities once more. Chen letting out one primal scream through OZ1 into OZ2. Corpalinski is there again. Every stage of the way, he gets even closer this time into OZ3 and the ITGs. He is laying one down. Chen gives it all the angle on the exit. Pavel Corpalinski was there. That is epic stuff again. We'll take a look at what looks like a different replay out there. Here we go. Oh my. Oh my goodness gracious. Oh, I love this series. There's a reason why. They all absolutely go for it with everything that they've got. Right up against. Epic stuff between the pair. Ladies and gentlemen, I could watch them go and do this all day. And I'm sure you all could as well. All of you could. Now, it's all about how Pavel can get his lines. Can he match them? Can he beat them in terms of efficiency? Can he hold as much angle? Can he show the level of commitment? Does he have adjustments in terms of his pace? Or is this going to be one where you turn around and say, does he have as much fluidity over the course of the run? They take their minute before they have a riposte. Another attempt to say, I am going to try and fight back. Right then, this is going to be an almighty attempt that is going to come along next. And we are in with a real treat worth of running. Next up on the docket then is the reverse side of the vinyl. Pavel Corpalinski. Now here is the great chance. Nissan versus Mercedes. And Chen to hold his ground on an epic lead. Now has to go with it on the chase. M159 engine, 1200 brake horsepower in it. Pavel Korpalinski's 2JZ will be looking to try and sing a song of many, many men. Here we go, part 2 of OMT in top 16. Pavel Korpalinski to engage. Look at Chen hold his door. Gets himself through on the transfer. Oh, two tires dip. They dip. Pavel Korpalinski's got a gap. Chen back entry into OZ3. Oh my goodness me. Pavel just cracks Chen. Goodness me. Goodness gracious me. He had to go to the well. Pavel Korpalinski exacting so desperately what he wanted from top 8. This is elite level stuff. But it was too aggressive, too much from Chen. The level snaps. The driver 4th in the championship, just like Sebastian Fontine, is going to be looking on the wrong side of top 16 as he stands in my book. Rydans will be hugely impressed. They will see at least one car, if Pavel Korpalinski has got it, into top 4, maybe 2. Judges awaiting decision. 3 of the 5 have put them in. What an epic duel. In top 16. I'd love to see this for titles. I'd love to see this for titles. The best of China versus arguably at the moment the best in Europe. Glorious. Hallelujah, praise the drifting gods. Four of 5 judges in on the scores. Chen having a look. Hard work, the first OMT that we have had to deal with here. And my oh my, 5-0. Pavel Corpalinski advances to top 8 to face his teammate Sebagy for the honour of top 4 round robin. Chen departs at the top 16 stage. That SLS or his Super A90 will be back at Ningbo, the 3rd round of the season. 2 Russians, 2 Finns, an American, a Norwegian, a Japanese driver and a Pole, all into top 8. And only some may have the opportunity of seeing top 4 and that ability to go on forward. We're already ready. First up, the boss of all bosses, Shabanov, the number 77, who took super top 4 yesterday, who got number 1 in qualifying for the 2nd consecutive meet, up against Corp in that number 46 for 0 mileage lubricants, has seen the boss go away, and now knows with 800 brake horsepower in his BMW, he's going to have to give Shabanov something to think about. Welcome to top 8, where the margins get thinner, and everyone wants it just a little bit more. Shabanov in control. Corp right up against the door. Into OZ2. Mika comes back at it. OZ3's all over him. Shabanov with a wonderful lead run, but Mika, oh, he starts to slip. Mika starts to slip. Oh, that's the door opened. It looked absolutely brilliant from Mika Corp through the sweepers. But when it got to tight and technical, he was not transferring as well as he should. Late, and that's the key, caught in the smoke, late on the transfer. Mistake. You saw that in top 32, you'd say not too much of a problem. You see it here at top 8, mistake. Artyom doesn't make those. So now you ask, okay, does he go there? Well. Now we start wondering. Now we start thinking. Time up will feel that they have a notch. Not the upper hand, a notch. And Mika Corp slightly on the back foot. Needs to find a bit more out there. Very difficult to hold pace with 1,000 brake horsepower from a 2JZ GTE. Mika Corp is going to have to throw a lead run that absolutely sings like a sonnet. Right, off they go. Mika Corp goes first. Shabanov follows on. 46, 77, all of which they know 1 place in super top 4, or not super top 4, top 4 round robin is going to be there. Schneider watches on. Maxime next to him. The hook 'em horns there, shown up of respect. Shabanov wants to get through top 8. He couldn't manage it at Tianjin when his engine exploded. Mika Corp at his first round of the championship, looking to hunt for stage. And say, I am someone who can always threaten. Shabanov on the chase with the 2JZ GTE. 2JZ 800 only for Mika Corp. Game on, lads. Mika, what can you find? Artyom, hold on to him. Part 2 of top 8, first part goes. Mika Corp looking to give it a light, and Artyom Shabanov is there at his door. Now looking to get a transfer, back slightly there is Shabanov, hiding in his shadow into OZ3, and slight there deviation on the line. Working to try and get it back on the transfers, and it's right there is Artyom Shabanov as they go across. Very, very nice run. OZ2 here, hides in his shadow. Back at him at OZ3, not at the door, but at the rear tyre. Giving it everything he possibly can. And saying, what can I do to make your life as tough can be? It was a really nice lead by Mikkeski Korpi. Practically almost everything that he needed to. Look at that. Yeah, that was a great run, says Kevin Lee down there. Yeah, I'll give a nod of approval of that. Back they will pull into their positions. Artyom on the left, Mika on the right. Confirmation, 5-0. Artyom Shabanov books his place in top 4 round robin for time up. 1 of 1 complete for them. Will it be 2 of 2? The Royal Drift Series Championship leader looking to go back to back with all of his rivals out in top 16. Maxim Grossman will hold the championship lead still, heading into Ningbo. But will that be the case? Because he now has to go against the 29 seeded Johnson Chen from Los Angeles, California. This is going to be big in terms of what Maxim wants. This is major critical damage he can do for the championship. If he can go and get this, build an early gap, give him buffer room at the final 3 rounds, September, October, November. Johnson Chen has already knocked out a 4 seed. He knows what he had to do. He took Mitch Lana, then got by his teammate Jason Yi. Now wants Maxim Grossman. Grossman's gone through Lee Seongyang and Sam Chen. 3 on the mark. Let's go. Maxim to lead. Johnson Chen looking to get in and close. Oh, he tried to pinch him and he can't engage. And suddenly Maxim Grossman has himself a gap, and Johnson Chen gets back at him then and says, look, I'm not done. And now he straightens out. Now Johnson Chen straightens out, and it's scruffy. And there goes Maxim Grossman, giving it all the angle he can. You can't parry those mistakes. Those are body blows for Johnson Chen in the Street Fighter Raidan's car. If you take a shot at the king, you've got to make sure you do not miss. Swing and a miss in my book for Johnson Chen. Very nice stuff. Very, very nice stuff. And part of it was all about how you're going to engage. Look at that. I'm going to go to my car. Yeah. Don't tell me I've got to go up against my teammate Maxim. Says Artyom Shabanov.
Брат, спокойно. И увидимся в топ-4. Просто спокойно.
Maxim has got to say, another clean run and surely it's done. Bumper and the lights flexing about on that run from Johnson Chen. And from what he looked like as a 29 seed compared to today, it's night and day. It's like a different person stepped in the car. But there was the bit of flair. Only allowed Johnson Chen to score 74.5 points in qualifying. Pavel Corpalinski watching on, knowing he's got to deal with Kodai Sebagy. First time ever, by the way, with Artyom Shabanov, that a driver who has made it into Super Top 4 has also made it in Royal Drift Series into top 4 round robin. So there's your series first. Maxim Grossman was in Super Top 4 by virtue of Urian Nielsen's gearbox going yesterday evening. So he could be the second. Right. How is this gonna stand? Can Time Up put 2 in top 4 and put real pressure on Rydans here? You know they could only have 1 in top 4 round robin. Shabanov will watch here and wonder whether Maxim Grossman's going to be on the chase and going through. Can Chen pull another rabbit out of the hat? We're going to have to wait and see. In through OZ1 they go, and there's a tiny gap forming. It was early on that one. Maxim Grossman trying to hold, and it's holding well. Chen now trying to go. He's missing now one of the headlights. In through the ITGs. This is looking more than serviceable in terms of how that goes. Chen, really nice lead run, but Maxim Grossman had his 6 every single stage of the way, and that 6 could mean he goes to 4. Just very nice. Prostian in his way of dealing with it. I don't need to do anything massive, mega, aggressive. I just need to do what is required of me. That was a measured performance again from Maxim Grossman. Both will make their way back to paddock as the smoke rises and the confirmation of result that Maxim Grossman on a 5-0 knocks out the 29 seed. And now we've got 2 time-up cars that are now in to your top 4 round robin. So, who will join the championship leader and Mr. Saturday? Urian Nielson, Kiteako Yulha, Sebagy, or Pavel Corpalinski. That's all that separates them now. And on to the right side of the bracket draw. Yorki Stunt looks over at Urian Nielsen. 0 mileage versus Marvi. Boy, do Marvi need Urian Nielsen to get into top 4 here for their team's championship aspirations. Boy, do they need it. Only got 41 points as a team. They really, really are relying on this Norwegian to go up in this Nordic battle with Jarkko Yulha. So, here goes the opportunity. Urian Nielsen on the lead. Jarkko Yulha on the chase. It's BMW versus Skyline R32. In top 8. Nielsen leading. Jarkko Yulha leaves a little bit of a gap at OZ1. Looks to close it here at OZ2. And Urian Nielsen giving a lovely line. Massive angle as he goes in and sets it. Jarkko slightly narrow, having to go and give it back. But he's all over him at the door. Wide goes Urian Nielsen at the end, leaving all the space in the world. Look at it here through the sweepers. Jarkko knows what he's all about. Gives just enough room, has to work hard to get it back. That's why he goes slightly shallow trying to get back to it. Almost kisses his 6 as he goes through. And big old kick old wide. These two know what it's all about. Really showcasing that this is going to be about some magic stuff. An air of trepidation for the pair. Nothing too much to really separate them at this moment. Urian now has to chase with everything. Went through Lu Xiao in top 32. Knocked out 3rd in the championship, Vangi in top 16. Now wants the scalp of Jarkko Yulha. Maxim Grossman watches on. Getting a bit of understanding about his run. He is championship leader now. Confirmed. No matter what happens from this point, heading to Ningbo in September. Yarko Yulha got through Marco Liu with a massive smash up with the Corvette. Had to wait for an hour to get the repairs to the front right suspension. Then deposited Leonid Schneider in top 16. Now wants to get the treatment over to Urian Nielson as they take a look over at the engine here. Is there something of concern with that? They had to do a rebuild of it last night after a cylinder went pop. This R32, crew's looking at it. It's okay, you can pull it down. You can go out there and challenge. You don't need to use a timeout of 5 minutes. Yarko Yulha making Urian Nielson sweat. Top 8 action here in Tianjin. The gold core R32 Skyline against the the orange, blue and black of that Mavi Racing E92. Everyone knows they're drifting with what they've got. I have heard through the paddock, everyone is building cars for next year to prove what it's got. If you think this is a certain type of championship now, next year will get even bigger and better and stronger, and everybody around knows it. Yarko Yulha on lead, Urian Nielson on the chase. 1, 2, 3 on the LEDs. Let's go. Yarko Yulha now looking to try and put the pressure on with his lead run. Urian Nielson giving chase, and it's so low from Yarko Yulha on that OZ1. He's going to have to fight back here at OZ2. Urian Nielson is with him every stage of the way into OZ3. And now as he goes forward, slightly forward, how are they going to go here through? Look at the angle of whippage there from Urian Nielson trying to hold it together. Yarko Yulha there has tried what he can. A mistake early, it gripped up too much. Urian Nielson here might have Jyrki Stunt's number. He might dial it, and he might say no top 4 round robin for you for the second consecutive meet if you're not careful. Oh my. Oh my. Now the big key here is going to be those ITGs. I think they're going to be the telling factor of it. Not much room left for Urian Nielson through them, and so he had to work even harder to go and gather it back. It was his third transition out of ITG1 to ITG2. It's so difficult. But big up between the pair of them there. Big up. Mavi, watch on nervously. 0 mileage, no. This is their only shot now of getting in to top 4 round robin. Mavi in the same boat. Charlie Luo giving the deuces. And now is the all-important wait. One judge remains to put a score in before it goes through race control for secretary confirmation. And result is then passed to us in position as it goes. Urian Nielson, the Norwegian, the Finn Yarko Yulha gets deposited in top 8 for the second consecutive meet. Urian Nielson on debut moves in top 4. Look at what it means to Urian Nielson, jumping up and down with everything he's got. He has battled through so much adversity to get to this position, and look at what it means to him. That is mega for the Norwegian. And he will book his place. But there is one more to go through. We know it's going to be Rydans. But which one? Is it Kodai Sebagy of D1 fame and fortune? Or is it Pavel Corpalinski, the Drift Masters Championship leader? Both of them in equal machinery. Sylvia versus Sylvia, but it's S14 versus 15. Pavel on lead, Kodai on chase. Pavel leading it out with a lovely start out there, and Kodai follows him every stage of the way. Oh, straightens out on the line. There does Pavel Corpalinski. Now Kodai Sebagy has a chance. Here on the advance, it was so late to get it to turn around. It didn't go as he needed. Tyre dips out on the exit as well for Pavel, trying to make up for lost time. That is, for Kodai Sebagy, a gift. Look at this here into OZ3, just straightens, tries to give it back round. Oh, Pavel. Oh, he doesn't do that. When does Pavel do that? The things that Royal Drift Series does to drifters in competition in the heat of battle. It boggles you. It boggles you. It boggles the mind. Kodai advantage. Wally system, have a look. Initiate on the run. Kodai trying to give everything possible. The switch over into Z2. OZ3 just wouldn't go. Tried to get it to turn, it wouldn't. You saw it there, power was fully on, it just wouldn't go. And then over the mark at TG4. Pavel Corpalinski now needs a big mistake out of Kodai Sebagy, who will be the third driver to go from Super Top 4 to Top 4 round robin. And would you believe it? Only top seed that would not have made it, if that is going to be the case, is going to be Mitch Lana, and will be replaced by the driver who did find his way in by the back door, courtesy of Urian Nielsen's gearbox, Maxim Grossman, the championship leader. So, Pavel, one really big mistake you need out of your stablemate. They're going to look underneath, see if there's anything wrong with it here. This might be time out if they have to do so. They're having a very, very good look underneath there. And what do you see, chap? It's all good. Nothing there to really be worried about by the sounds of things. We'll be back in a moment here with Royal Drift Series. I'll correct myself, it's Kodai's car. Good. Kodai desperately trying to shake off what's clogged up in the back. Oh, that doesn't look very nice. That is an oil trail. That is an oil trail. But they reckon it's not bad enough to muck up the circuit. So Kodai gets the opportunity to go again. Give it what you can. Say no more, say no more. Here comes one final chance to go and give it. Go and get it. Go and make it happen. Pavel Corpalinski, Kodai Sebagy. Advantage Kodai. The mark given for the pair of them in top 8. Here we go. Kodai chases, Pavel leads. Pavel looking to initiate here. Knows he's on the back foot. Kodai all over his door. Oh, he's narrow. Kodai Sebagy is narrow. OZ3. Pavel Corpalinski gets a sniff now. In through the ITGs. Kodai Sebagy comes back at him. I think that's enough from Kodai. But boy, did he make the whole of Japan sweat for it. Oh, my goodness gracious me. Trying to kick it round with everything that you got. Sylvia's of 2 generations of the same team, going at it with everything that you can possibly think of. But that is a telling mark, missing it all through OZ2. How will that be marked as far as that one sits? Back they go. There's the puddle. Now, which way are you going to go? Because I think the door's been left open. Pavel and Kodai, 2 very capable drifters. 2 very important characters. They watch on and hope to see more of what is needed. Right. As we look over here, it will go the way of Pavel Corpalinski. That mark was too much for Kodai Sebagy. And Pavel advances into top 4 round robin. And gets an absolutely huge chance now to put some big points and some big pride in. What a score, what a result. So, round robin, here's how it works. Imagine a World Cup group. You get 3 points for a win, you get 1 point for a draw, you get no points for a loss. As it goes when you drift, you only have 1 run each. There's no OMTs in this situation. Highest point score wins. If there is a tie, then it is going to be judged on head-to-head. If head-to-head is a tie, you then go to the judges' points of 5-0, 5-1, however it may be, as Artyom Shabanov gives a good way. Then if those are the same, your qualifying position is the final tie break out there. So it is advantage Artyom Shabanov, who has got him exactly what he has. So that is coming up. We're going to be away for about 5 minutes here, ladies and gentlemen. When we come back, we're in for round robin to decide who the points have what. So we're going to go through 2 minutes. See you back.
Three, two, one, action.
漂移我认为是一项很帅的运动。蹦蹦，哇！其实我们也非常欢迎这样的大型博主，然后参与到这个漂移运动当中来。
我认为漂移是更精彩的，因为它像 NBA 一样，它每一秒钟都会发生事情。
这一次也是哇，直接撞领先掉头，哇！其实是为数不多见的拥有女车手的车队。
最厉害的点是因为我是女的呀，我是女生。
再折身过来，我们法拉利杀到内线能不能顺利出完？这一次是有总共超过有100万美金的奖金全年度。
它对我来说是一个巨大的挑战。
这就是 World Juke Series， 而这不过是一个漫长故事的开始。This is World。
They say drift already has its kings, its legends, its places on the map.
First car to the line.
But what happens when a new place decides it wants everything?
Everybody stand by.
Not next year, not someday.
Car 90 is out.
Now. This is China, and this is not just another race weekend. This is the start of something bigger. A new championship, new names, new pressure, new rivals. A chance to write history from the very first run. Because when everything is new, every battle means more. Every corner matters more. Every name has a chance to become the first one remembered. And one question hangs over all of it. Who is about to change the sport?
Hey, look ya.
Gotcha.
top 4 round robin. You must get through each of your competitors with the best score available. This is where the difference between winning and losing is as fine as an atom. Thank you so much for joining us over the course of this one. It's been a pleasure to see all of you here and around here with racing in the Royal Drift Series. This drifting has been absolutely ace in terms of competition level, from qualifying, from all the practice, and now to where we are. First up, Time Up teammates will go together and try and get the big result in. Artyom Shabanov in the red Supra on the right. Number 44, Maxim Grossman on the left. What bar do you think they will be running at to try and push to absolute perfection at V1? They'll get the warm-up sorted. These two will know each other intimately in terms of how they drift, their style, their understanding, level of professionalism from Time Up. Only team to put 2 into top 4. Big news for them in the team's championship. Grossman knows no matter what, he is championship leader here. So he could drift freely, knowing that even if he does make mistakes, even if he doesn't get the result that he wants to at the end of competition, he walks away with a bigger advantage than that of what he walked in. Look at that! Look at that on how they warm up. That's just showing off. Putting on a show for everybody. And that's the image that goes on whatever new Time Up advert comes together on the board. Mark my words. Lovely symmetry between them. Time Up boys watching together. When you're ready, we will unlock round robin top 4. They wave, waiting along, knowing how critically important it is. So who stands up on ceremony? Who takes the opening salvo in top 4 round robin? The championship leader or Mr. Saturday? There's Maxim Grossman. We zoom on in. He's been to this well before and knows how to win it. Artyom Shabanov did exactly this on Saturday and will want to repeat his proceedings. They fought for the honor last time. It was Artyom Shabanov who got it done. Now, it's a reprisal for these two again. Artyom Shabanov on lead, Maxim Grossman on the chase. Artyom gives it a big old line, slightly shallow in onto the start. Now to get a transition over, it's shallow again from Maxim Grossman. In towards OZ3 they go. Maxim having to really grab the handbrake then to get himself around to get a rotation. Now here comes, straightens out. They're through ITG2. Advantage Artyom Shabanov in the 77. Maxim. Ooh, no. Not the time for that, buddy. Not the time. Flattens it out. OZ3 looks for transition. He's too early and he has to straighten out. Artyom Shabanov has a big old advantage now. He has not put a foot wrong all event. Nobody has been able to come close. Everyone has faltered under his gargoyle-like gaze. It's scary how good he is. And it's almost like Ayrton Senna syndrome, where people just crumble just seeing the sight of the red and black in the mirror, or in front, or wherever he may be around. Artyom Shabanov knows. part one complete. Now, get the second half in. Maxi Grossman knows. Chance has slipped. Can I force it? Leonid Schneider there on the left-hand side, watching intently. His spotter there on the right. There with Gleb Melazov's spotter as well. Leo Lee there behind, having a good old look at things as well. He'll be rooting, even though he's not part of the team, for championship points. He'll be rooting for Marvi and Urian Nielson, who goes next against Pavel Corpalinski. They turn up in the background, in the foreground. Maxine Grossman back to line. Artyom Shabanov pulls over to the right-hand side and will now follow. So, Maxine Grossman, if you want points out of it, you're going to have to do something quite special. Do the unthinkable here at V1 Auto World. This competition has flown by after lunch. Here's the lights. The riposte. Big clag comes off the back of Maxine Grossman, initiates then with huge amounts of poise and precision. Artyom Shabanov doesn't let him have an inch as they work through into OZ3 over the crest, decel zone. Now looking to go on the marks there from Maxine Grossman. Artyom Shabanov following him. Artyom Shabanov absolutely monstering it against his time up teammate. Well, Maxine can't do any more than that. Absolutely perfect of a lead run. But Artyom Shabanov said, so what? I've got my advantage, I can follow you. Doesn't matter what you do, buddy. Championship leader or not, Mr. Saturday has decided he wants to step into the terrain of Sundays. Look at this, through OZ3. Huge smiles from everyone there. That's a great competition between the pair. What a run. So, judges, what do you have to say? What do you have to say between them? One more time, right, left, right. Oh, one more time. So it's a draw between the pair of them. They will take 1 point apiece out of competition. And I thought Artyom Shabanov would have had enough there to get himself over the line, at least take an advantage. But they put it dead even between them. It's a tie. Stepan Zemtsev and Staj Dolgic going the way of Maxine Grossman. It's Denis Denisov and Vernon deciding it's going the way of Artyom Shabanov. Danila Vorobiev says, no, they've got to go one more time. So, next up, Urian Nielson for Marvi Racing in the BMW E92, I should say. Alongside Pavel Corpalinski, 11 seed, lowest seed in the competition for Rydan's 441 BW Updrift. Nissan Silvia S14 is almost insulting to say he's an 11 seed. Maxime is in good spirits. And that is very good to see as he knows his next drift is coming up very soon. Artyom Shabanov chatting with him every stage of the way, explaining his position. Pavel now and Urian. Poland versus Norway. Here in Tianjin at V1 Auto World. Right then, lads, put yourself ready, put yourself together, understand the role and responsibility that you have. You've seen a draw in front of you, there's a chance to take the group lead, heading to the second round of drifts. Marvi watch on with trepidation, hoping that this is going to be their day. Rydan's in the background, time up, having a good old look at this as well. Here we go. Urian Nielson, 800 brake horsepower from his 2JZ engine, 60 more horses for Pavel Corpalinski. Are you ready? Watch the lights, because this is gonna be a big old competition. Marvi versus Rydans. Here we go. Urian Nielson goes at the drop of the green. Pavel was eager in terms of his run, and it's shallow from Urian Nielson. Pavel Corpalinski now sees a chance, and now he's really going to have to try and harry and harass Urian Nielson into OZ3. Puts it into position, transfers well. Now the gap's starting to tell here as Urian starts to pull it away. The start's the key here. Urian Nielson just seeing it go the wrong way. He's low again through the second sweeper. And Pavel Corpalinski, I think, has got an upper hand. Oh! Oh, that should have been contact, and it wasn't. That is a millimeter precision transition. An ITG1. Oh my goodness. Ah! I think he clipped him. Now that would be interesting if they are going to mark it as a clip. I think you got to say that's Rubbin's Racing. Play on, lads. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. All right, send them back out again. Come on. We want more of this. This is a sight for everyone to go and see. Share it with anyone you think of. Mum, Dad, Gran. Gran would love this. Drifting your Gran would like. Drifting your Gran would like. Right. Here we go. Here we go. Taking a good old look then. Down at the run, Urian Nielson will have a very, very good job to go and see it. I know what I'm looking at, chap. You don't get transitions any better than that. You just don't. It's awesome. Awesome. So now what is the next point? Urian Nielson now will have to follow. Pavel Corpalinski will now have to put something down on the board that says, I want this one more than anybody else. Look at the angle that Pavel has lined up here. He wants to cut the mark fine and go quickly. Urian Nielson here knows what his role and responsibility is. Pavel using all of the road for this next one going forward. 3. Here we go. Pavel now looks to set it up then. Urian Nielson watches on. Here we go. Engage. Pavel Corpalinski then finding the marks that he wants. Urian Nielson is slightly low through the sweeper, now into OZ3, and he's going to have to fight hard to get back. Pavel's got a gap, big angle transition there through ITG2, ITG3. Urian's had to try, but I think he's just a quarter step away. You can see it here, he's trying to fight hard to get to the door. It's all right. Now here, OZ3, gap, huge. Urian sacrifices ITG2 to get back for the exit. And so now, we now start thinking about how that is going to be marked down by the judges. whose score, whose result, who's mastering these late day conditions. And on the right, on a 5-0 count, Pavel Corpalinski takes group lead over Urian Nielson and the two from time up, Artin Shabanov and Maxim Grossman. It can be OMT, but OMT is just a draw. And so a mark of respect between these two, as Pavel will have to come straight back out for another go, as he is next up against Artyom Shabanov. Maxim Grossman will fight with Urian Nielson. So there will be time for tyres to go on. Pavel Corpalinski, understanding he knows what he needs to do. Boyd being on the back there. The team's there. Look at that. Jason really fired up for Pavel, giving the love. And there's Jason's dog walking through, police-trained German Shepherd. Still 8 more drifts to come in Royal Drift Series Tianjin V1 Auto World. And now it is just a question of what you do next. How much more do you have to go for it? Get a drink, calm your nerves. Still hot out there, getting more and more humid. The striations coming over the circuit. I do see grey clouds on the horizon out of my commentary box window. Over to the far left of your screen, starting to think about rolling in. They'll be about 2 hours away. I'll correct myself, it'll be about an hour and a half away. Maxim Grossman there. Knows he doesn't have to go yet, but Artyom Shabanov has to go. Yep, nice wave. And there is Artyom Shabanov, readying himself to go forward and getting himself into position and running down. Pavel Corpalinski would have sent someone else from Rydans to drive his car back to paddock, get some fresh tyres on it, and say, let's go on. Part 2 of 3 in what is a World Cup of drifting, it feels here at V1 Auto World Tianjin. So, Artyom Shabanov is ready. Pavel Corpalinski will turn around, we'll look at it, and now this is going to be simple, and this is going to be a case of what can I do? This is going to be where you set yourself up now. And the technical timeout is down to 90 seconds. Let's get it fueled, get it ready. To get it ongoing for those looking for good Sebagy, knocked out by Pavel Corpalinski in top 8. Patience, patience, patience. Here comes Pavel. Now looking to go against the boss of all bosses. Looking to prove he can hang in his Sylvia against that Supra. Time Up versus Rydans, part 1 of 4. And now we go. Warm-up time. Get it done quickly. Get ready. Artyom Shabanov now. Long wait. Nerves build up, the anticipation gets there, the anxiety rises. It's crunch time. You know the caliber of the drifter you're going up against. He's not put a foot wrong, as the number 77. Pavel Corpalinski has had to scrap and claw his way through. Past Sebagy, past Chen, past Luka Liu. Shabanov has gone through Xanhur, Sebastian Fontine, and Mika Keski Corpi to go into position. Lights him up. Here we go. Artyom Shabanov now looking to line it up big on the angle. In through OZ1. Pavel comes back at him at OZ2. Now into OZ3. Oh, so close on the transition. Now they work on through. Can he get the angle here? Maybe a bit of work there on the pace deviation through the technical sections and away. Pavel Corpalinski all over him. We are getting some big time drifting here in top 4 round robin. Ooh, close again. And again, gets right there. Pavel Corpalinski has been the best on these transitions all weekend long. He knows it, everyone else knows it. Artyom Shabanov knows it. Artyom has to go to the well and say, I can match you. Nothing to split them on that technical masterpiece. Driving it hard, the pair of them. Slightly late on the angle, maybe, from that camera angle. There is Artyom Shabanov on the left. Pavel Corpalinski, where have you gone, buddy? Oh no, don't say a tow truck's gone over to the right. Oh no, don't say a tow truck's gone over to the right. Uh-oh. It's trouble for Pavel Corpalinski. He has come to a juddering halt behind the karting track on the way back. Oh goodness, not like this. And 1,000 Polish hearts will weep. Artyom Shabanov will have a bye run unless they feel there is a way to kick-start that Sylvia. We hold our breath and wait with the Royal Drift Series at Tianjin. Most reliable way to go and get information. Misses on the phone to the hubby. Pavel Corpalinski having a big old hold, big old weight. Artyom Shabanov wants to know, can I just drive this off into the sunset or can I not? Huge crowd forming back there. Now, here comes Pavel's Nissan Silvia S14 on the back of a tow truck. And I am really intrigued to know, because I don't think anyone is the wiser as to what's wrong with it. We'll find out in a moment here with the Royal Drift Series. Desperate scenes at Raidan's. The tow rope gets disattached. The crew has a look. They will take their 5 minutes. Open it up. What's the damage? Can you diagnose something straight away? There it is. Big tug. Sebastian Fontine there, getting immediately in on it, having a look. It's that, it's that. Looks like a piston by the sounds of it. Up, it's got to go up. Time up, watch on. Pavel getting out of the car. And if that's the case, gloves coming off. It will be a disappointing end to an absolutely stellar run to top 4. He has a backup car, he said. Is he allowed? What he's trying to argue the point is he doesn't have a car for here, but he can have a car. He's hoping for the final section. Matskovich, Khil watching on. Left-hand side of your screen gives a wave. The lonely figure of Artyom Shabanov, who will only have his spotter telling him what's going on, and he'll probably only have the same amount there. And actually, one of the scrutineers there, and the confirmation will be this is just a go-ahead buy run. So Pavel Corpalinski, unfortunately here, will be a 5-0. That go away. He will still have a chance technically to go and win. That's why he's so desperate to get another car out there. A backup of all backups. It is dramatic 10 scenes. Dramatic 10 scenes here for Raidan's. More to come. As Artyom Shabanov looks to take his buy run. Maxim Grossman versus Urian Nielson. Soon to come as well. Nothing they can do with the engine, not at this point, not at this time, not with this amount of time that they've got to go and get it. Shabanov is ready in position. Hands over the face. Picture that painted 1,000 words there for Pavel Corpalinski. Oh, you can just feel the anguish. You can just feel the anguish there. Because it's not his fault, it's been robbed from him by his engine. Wow. Absolute theatre in the Royal Drift Series. Absolute pure theatre. So, by the looks of things, Artyom Shabanov should have a free run. And he knows how critical this free run is going to be. Pushed all the way on the first part of the run. The second run now will be solo. Rydans will push that S14 Sylvia away. There's the clock. Ticks agonizingly down to 0. Artyom Shabanov then will now have his bye run. His 5-0 over Pavel Corpalinski. No dramas. He's the boss of all bosses. And he knows now, for victory, he just has to dispatch Urian Nielson. Over the line with no worries about it at all. Clear as crystal. As he moves round the hairpin and back to paddock. A win for Shabanov, a loss on the record for Pavel Korpalinski. Urian Nielson has the ability to ruffle some big feathers if he can get by Maxime Grossman here. Maxime knows that he would have to rely on Urian Nielson if he wants to go back-to-back in the Royal Drift Series. Back-to-back. So, smoke screen up as Maxime Grossman and Urian Nielson. One yesterday who gave the space to the other thanks to Urian Nielsen's gearbox. Urian, who has gone through such hardship over the last year against the championship leader with the gold mark. 800 brake horsepower plays 1,000. M3 versus Supra. Marks are ready. Urian, Maxime, game on. Urian on the lead, Maxime on the chase, into the first part, and giving it a lot there was Maxime Grossman. Now here into OZ2, not as much angle being given here by Urian Nielsen, but up into OZ3 they go, back down into depreciation, and that is just about hitting the marks. Maxime Grossman is there every stage of the way. 1-1-2-2, opening it up. I think line's going to be the critical thing to look at here. Opened up a gap slightly, dropped it down, one tyre in the no-go zone. There are critical points to this run, where Urian Nielsen, I think, is going to have to try and get gritty with Grossman. Maxime will look at this and go, it's only Urian. And if you think that it's harsh looking over at it, you have to be now. You have to scrutinise every little detail to see where the difference is going to come. Still incredibly good. Good, don't cut it now here. You've got to be perfect. Cooling now to begin. An opportunity presenting itself. There is Maxime Grossman. He's been here before. He knows what he's got to do to get there. He's run against Artyom Shabanov. It's the first time he dropped points in conversation like this one. So, all to it. All to it. Urian Nielson now has to be on the other side and chasing hard now. Those Supras are so difficult to go and battle against. They are so dialed in. Every mark is always hit. Urian Nielson chasing. Maxim Grossman lines himself up for time up. Right then, lads. Opportunity knocks. Maxim leads. Urian chases. Supra versus M3. Here we go. Watch the LED marker boards. Urian Nielson wants it. Here we go. Maxim Grossman now has his lead. Urian lisks over to the right and gets a little bit of a gap there. Going through OZ1 now. He's going to have to fight back into OZ2. He's shallow! He's shallow! Now here's Maxim's chance. OZ3 and across and around. Back to the transition. Then goes Urian Nielson. Maxim Grossman knows how critical that was. A big old drift to keep championship hopes for everybody else diminished. A big old opportunity to say my spark of back-to-back wins in the Royal Drift Series are very much still alive. Urian Nielson, I think, takes a good long look at that and says there's a few tiny things that make the difference. Not quite is the big word there. Not quite. Maxim chucking it around, knows that he is down on the last remaining tie break. If he 5-0s this. Because the head-to-head's the same. Judges' points currently is the same. Respect between the pair of them in blue and orange. And now we away. Well, it's not quite Pavel Corpalinski, it's Maxim Grossman 5-0. So that 5-0 is enough to put Maxim Grossman tied on 4 points with Artyom Shabanov. 3 points for Pavel Corpalinski if he is allowed to go back out again. And no shot of victory now for Urian Nielson. Maxim wandering on through. And again. Come on. We know who won. We know who won. In the heart of hearts there, maybe a bit of Schadenfreude. He's going, that's not me. That's not me. That's not me. So, the wait comes along with 4 minutes. As we keep a very close eye on the final 2 runs. Whether Pavel can go get back out there, or whether there is going to be a chance to say, how is this going to go? There's some lovely stuff available for us here in Top 4. So here's the lay of the land. If Pavel Corpalinski is allowed a spare car to go out there, he has to defeat Maxim Grossman. If he's not, he's done. And Maxim would get 3 more points and go to 7. And then his victory would lie in the hands of Urian Nielson. A draw would seal the deal for Maxim Grossman. Artyom Shabanov knows 3 points, no matter what happens, is enough to get the round here in Tianjin at V1 Auto World. Back with more in a moment here for the Royal Drift Series.
3, 2, 1, action！
漂移我认为是一项很帅的运动。蹦蹦，哇！其实我们也非常欢迎这样的大型博主，然后参与到这个漂移运动当中来。
我认为漂移是更精彩的，因为它像 NBA 一样，它每1秒钟都会发生事情。
这一次也是哇，直接撞领先掉头，哇！其实是为数不多见的拥有女车手的车队。
最厉害的点是因为我是女的呀，我是女生。
再折身过来，我们法拉利杀到内线能不能顺利出完？这一次是有总共超过有100万美金的奖金全年度。
它对我来说是一个巨大的挑战。
这就是 World Drift Series， 而这不过是一个漫长故事的开始。This is World。
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to top 4. 2 chances remain. Artyom Shabanov versus Urian Nielson. Maxime Grossman knows he needs the help of Urian here to go over the boss of all bosses. Lights then getting ready. Artyom Shabanov leads. Urian Nielson will go out there and chase. Here we go. Artyom Shabanov going. Gets a gap. It's not going to be to the door here for Urian Nielson. He's going to have to fight back here as we work through. He loses the camera angle as we go into OZ2 and OZ3. Gap! 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 There's gap! Artyom Shabanov's clear! And out goes Urian Nielson! Straight lines, I think his car's gone! Artyom Shabanov might have broken 2 competitors! We know that gearbox has been suffering. Had to do a change, it's not 100%. Fighting to get it back into gears. Oh dear. Artyom Shabanov has got a clean sweep. All wrapped up with a nice, neat bow. With a nice, neat bow. I think he knows he can celebrate the second part of this run. The fact that he's got the #1 seed next to his name has a massive boost of confidence. Staved off the challenge of his teammate Urian Nielson, has driven it back. I think he's given up on the run. Oi, that's a bit smoky. That's more than a bit smoky. Oh dear. Urian there clearing that out. And now an opportunity to say, look, I'll have a chance to go again. No crew around him. So I think he'll just go out again. There's Artyom Shabanov. Just rolling that one back out and around. Something there dragging against the floor. But Maxime knows all too well that qualifying sometimes does in fact pay. Here come the jacks for the tyres, and they're going to have a look underneath here. Get it up. Because this is a chance to tie Pavel. Oh, that would do it. Flat tyre. Dead rimmed. Debedded. Right rear, good spot. So now they're going to get that up, hopefully. Having driven it back, it hasn't done too much to the rim. Hasn't done any damage underneath it. An opportunity to get it changed and go out for one more go, but Artyom Shabanov is making him drop left and right in the Royal Drift Series. away goes Ørjan Nielson. Maxine Grossman through the proxy of the Norwegian, hoping for a miracle. Only way that this one goes wrong is if something conks out, all four wheels step out of line, a straighten out, a massive deceleration, an engine like top 8 at Tianjin. Only ways that it goes wrong out there. They get one last chance to warm them up and go one final time. Put it in between the boundaries, RTM. And you have victory here at V1 Auto World. Ørjan Nielson has given a really strong account of himself with that Marby Racing team. It's a huge understanding of operation. But he must now lead. And RTM must now chase. Here we go. Ørjan Nielson. RTM Shabanov. Here we go. Ørjan Nielson now needs to have a really aggressive lead here as RTM Shabanov follows him and gives a little bit of gap, trying to just be safe on this run. That's all he needs to do. Out of OZ2 into OZ3, over the top and around now for the ITGs. 1, 2, 3, count them and weep! It's a Shabba sweep! RTM Shabanov gets the job done at V1 Auto World! And simply put, point devise, the very man. He has not lost a single tandem. He was #1 in qualifying. He is going to be stopped at every checkpoint on the way home. Why are you carrying so much gold, son? Why are you carrying so much gold? 5-0, it is now official on the result. That RTM Shabanov, by measure of the countbacks, cannot be caught. Ørjan Nielson is confirmed in 4th position. And now we just have the question of 2nd and 3rd. To discuss whether Pavel Corpalinski can have a spare car or not, or whether Maxime will turn out alone in his blue Supra to confirm a 1-2 for team time up. There is RTM Shabanov, Matskovich Khil there congratulating him. And a big old smile will be there on his face. Leo Schneider, his other teammate, giving him all of the smile as they work on through for it. What an ace day for the boss of all bosses. He knows how critical that was today. And he will be beaming inside. Yeah, give it a sigh release. #1. And there was never any doubt here today that he wasn't. Never in any doubt. And by the looks of things, you see 2 44s there next to the marks, which will indicate that Pavel Corpalinski cannot get a spare car out there. And it will just be a buy run then for this guy here, Maxime Grossman. So the championship leader will have the last say. But what a platform you can build yourself here. 1 and 2. A margin in the championship that will extend heading to Ningbo in September. And the perfect damage limitation this early on in the season, the halfway round next time out. Pavel Corpalinski, a technical failure, will not be allowed to go back out, which means Maxime Grossman will have the last drift of the competition here today on the 4th of July, 2026. A bye run for the championship leader. He will keep his gold banner. He will keep his mark. Only driver to go and get 2 straight podiums. Maxime Grossman through OZ1 and OZ2. Leave it with style. Into OZ3 and the ITGs for the final time. 1, transfer, 2, transfer, 3, TG4. What a competition. Gives it a big old doughy spin to finish it out. I still have my championship lead. And what a day, what a week at Tianjin. Scintillating stuff from all in competition, and we will get confirmation of your top 4 of round robin to score the points. What an absolutely fantastic day. We've had absolutely everything. We've had the joys of elation. We have had the pits of despair. We have had every little bit in between. We've had thrills, spills, automobiles. We've had crashes. We've had broken dreams. But the rest of the field go between Artyom Shabanov and Maxime Grossman. Today, just like over in Shanghai Tianma, everyone else's time was up. Amazing stuff as they will advance their way over towards the podium celebrations coming up as Maxime Grossman pulls it into the garage with his second position, a 1-2 for the team. And let's dot some I's and cross some T's. 5-0 for Maxime Grossman over Pavel Corpalinski. And Maxime Grossman goes second overall. The tiebreaker of best qualifying order splits Artyom Shabanov and Maxime Grossman. Pavel Corpalinski will be third overall after his victory over Nielson, who is there in 4th. And they're going to give him a climb up as well. Hooray! 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 A 1-2 for the team at the double. Both of them at their absolute level best. That's your benchmark, ladies and gentlemen. You've got to go even better and go to compete to go even further. We'll step away for a moment here with the Royal Drift Series. We'll be back with more, with your post-race celebrations and your podium after this.
Three, two, one, action！
漂移我认为是一项很帅的运动。蹦蹦，哇！其实我们也非常欢迎这样的大型博主，然后参与到这个漂移运动当中来。
我认为漂移是更精彩的，因为它像 NBA 一样，它每1秒钟都会发生事情。这次也是哇，直接撞你，直接掉头，哇！
其实是为数不多见的拥有女车手的车队。
最厉害的点是因为我是女的呀，我是女生。
再折身过来，我们法拉利杀到内线能不能顺利出完？
这一次是有总共超过有100万美金的奖金全年度。
它对我来说是一个巨大的挑战。
这就是 Royal Juke Series， 而这不过是一个漫长故事的开始。This is Royal。
持。哦，
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here to the Royal Drift Series and your podium celebration here in round 2 from V1 Auto World. And a couple of microphones over there as Rick has found himself one of his good friends over at 1087X, who actually believe it or not,
这个奖项呢是评给我们在场所有优秀的改装车作品的。我们这次共设立了5个奖项，5个奖项，没错没错，总共5个奖项，3个给。开玩笑的啊，5个奖项分别是什么呢？分别是轮圈、声浪、风格、细节，还有经典车 Classic。
好，来，我们在颁发正赛的奖项之前，就先来颁发奖项。好来，我们现在颁发的是先从经典开始，好不好？好，经典获得经典奖项的是张汉阳。
Volkswagen going through the car show that has been going on over on the outer section of the circuit as things have gone. Classic winner in terms of the car show goes to Seongyang, who will be very happy with that with his VW
接下来
Santana
声浪对不对？
and will be
获得声浪的是
with the victory
赵
that
燕
has gone on.
赵燕
Zhao Yan
车
again getting the result
森林人
for exhaust
Forester
for his
赵燕有
Subaru
请。
Forester that has been out there, and look at that, a lovely slate trophy there for the Royal Car Show.
好了，接下来
as it be going through the Tianjin
风格
V1
好了，好不
Auto
好？
World.
风格
So the
好不好？
Subaru Forester
风
then
格
for
获得的
Zhao
是
Yan is going to
阿
be
奇
very much a
Porsche
good chance
Cayman
there. Over
有请
the most creative design out there in the car show belongs to Archie for that Porsche, for a Porsche Cayman that has been so wonderfully crafted and put together out there. And so now there's 2 more categories then for the car show to go and get sorted out in terms of results. So next up is for details, the best details of the cars goes to Nai for the VW CC wagon that has been out there at the show. And finally, we have the category of who has got the best wheels available. The best wheels then in the business is going to be going then with one more that I'll announce in just a moment as they now set themselves up.
来，王鹤有请。
Vangi getting that one
你也带礼物来了啊！
sorted
太客气，太客
in
气
the
了。
Mercedes-Benz
收到好多礼物
C
啊！
class.
对，真是怎么不客气
There are those
OK，
cars
还有礼貌。
over on the left-hand side that have been lined up along the concrete
颁奖嘉宾
concourse, then and have sorted
我们
themselves
的车
out
主，
by
然后我们
very,
一起来
very
个大合影。
result
来来来
winners.
来来，颁奖嘉宾一起来，好的，六我们把颁奖嘉宾也喊起来啊！颁奖嘉宾，
all gone about.
颁奖嘉宾一起来，对对对对对对对对。
They can have that to go home with a whole heap of pride as the judges come out and
我们的
celebrate
颁
with
奖
the
嘉宾也
5
是我们
winners, 5
今天
judges.
的比赛的裁判组。
Absolutely epic stuff.
没关系，都可以站。对对对对，站上面好。裁判站前面，对对对。好，好来，来看镜头哦，准备哦，等一下哦，就这么得哦，等一下来，看上前面的镜头，准备，获奖高举，不用，这不用高举奖杯，来，准备，3、2、1，表情。好 ，OK， 好，他们走了。好，谢谢，
大家有欣赏。
也恭喜获奖的。
They've had their picture, their celebration, and a memory that will be cherished for a lifetime for all of them with the result that is there to hang up with their respective cars and results. Now next up, we will have some teams and some drivers to go and
好，
talk
接下来
about
我们要
in
颁
terms
发
of
的
the
是
results.
昨天在排位赛结束之后的
Some
Super
really,
Top
really
4
cool, really
Super Top
amazing
4的
action
冠
here
军
today.
获得的是
Everybody has had to try
来自于
and
Time
set
Up 车队
themselves up
77号选手
every chance
俄罗斯籍的
possible.
阿拉正，有请 Top 4。
And so we start with the Super Top 4 victory.
好，
Picking up Saturday's
我
exhibition.
们有请我们的颁奖
Shabanov
嘉宾。
getting that one done.
哇
It's a big old trophy to go away with.
好，
Take
奖牌
someone's eye out with that. Looks
奖
like
杯
6 deer antlers
还有我们
that
赞
have been
助商
put on
的
a bit of
0
carbon
公里
fiber.
润滑油。
It's a lovely trophy. Absolutely beautiful trophy.
好
And Artyom Shabanov deserving that with his
来
way
我
through
们请
good
选手
Sebagy
对高举奖杯。
in the final battle then yesterday.
好的，
But the only reason he got there was by putting himself in the top 4, and he gave himself then the best seat in the house available to go and do that, because not only was he able to get super top 4, he also was able to get himself the qualifying result as well on a score of 96 out of
冠军的是
100.
来自于 Time Up 庆下选手阿拉 John， 有请，就是他，对，没有错，来，排位冠军。很快，车手很忙，车手很忙呢。
Another trophy in his cabinet.
排位冠军。
This time for being the boss of qualifying, and he'll come away with some 0 mileage lubricant to go along with, and another bottle of champagne. Drinks on him, anyone? Look at that, another gold medal.
好来，阿拉 John
，in his
高举
pocket,
奖
he
杯
will have
对。
4 by the time that we get to the end of finishing here, because we've still got more to touch upon, because next up it's going to be all about the individual championship and the positions that have sat out by Leo in the background, and Maxime,
天津分站
then as
第二
far as
站
that goes.
冠亚季军，
So now we talk
获
about
得
the top
季
3
军的
and
是
the hard work and
来
dedication
自于
that has
雷
gone
登
on
轮胎
through.
441 BW Up
It is
Drift
all about
74号
how this story
保羅
played out.
c o p
I'm
l i
sure
n
if he had the opportunity to go
保
out
羅
and finish that
寇
second
普
run
林斯
against
基
Artyom
，Corpalinski
Shabanov, we
Paul， 有
might
请
have had a very
季军
different story about how this competition would have
来自
ended
波
out.
兰的选手
Pavel Corpalinski didn't give up. His Nissan Silvia's engine may have done. What a valiant effort and result, and he can hold his head up
好
with pride with a
接下来
podium for 441
亚军
BW Updrift. And the big old result there, and the grand prize of 135,000
5个裁判一
Chinese
起
red
上去
brand.
颁奖。对，
Absolutely incredible stuff as far as he is concerned.
还有
While
奖
it's
金
not exactly what he wanted, he wanted a victory.
20、百、千万、10万、
He has
13万、5000块，
definitely
还有
shown
0
his
公
heart
里
and
润
his
滑油。
character out
好
there today,
季军。
and why he
接下来
is
获得
one
亚
of
军
the
的是
best in the world,
来
if
自于
not
Time Up 44号
the best，
来
in
自
the
于
world
俄罗
with that
斯
third
的
place run.
马克西姆 Maximu 亚
Second position,
军。
your championship leader,
哇！
Maxime Grossman, ever consistent, doing only what is necessary. And were it not for the fact that he qualified the car in 5th position, he showed today he was absolutely the equal of Artyom Shabanov here on Sunday. He'll extend his championship margin even though he's in silverware and not gold. But what an incredible, incredible talent he is going to be. But next up, Mr. Saturday, getting it done on a Sunday. The boss of all bosses, a cut above than everybody else, did not lose a single competition out there. And some big cheers for Artyom Shabanov, who gets the job done. And a big cheer over for him as well. The grand prize then overall sat down at the bottom. He's not going to be able to carry this home. They're going to need to put it all in the hauler to go and get it back. 340,000 Rembrandt there for him. 240,000 for Maxime Grossman, 135 for Pavel Corpalinski. And a lovely podium celebration then as they all cheer. And the champagne goes out. Artyom absolutely perfect. It's time as they all celebrate together, giving it a wonderful competition, all 3 of them. And to all the other 42 that took their way on forward to it. And it's a big old chase out there. They'll be so pleased with themselves with what they have. The marking image there of the tandem in run and how incredible it was between them. And now to talk to the team's championship and the results that will come along from it. 3rd place overall then. Held absolutely steadfast with 327 championship points scored. But we'll take a look at this then and savour it before we go and talk about that. Artyom, ace. Grossman, great. Pavel, practically flawless. The top three of dreams. Just clearing the stage before we talk about now the team standings. How we go. A lot of paper there for Rick to go and deal with that. Team championship though, 327 championship points scored. And those points scored through the values of Shungsin Chin's top 16 and 2 top 8s for the Finnish duo of Mikko Keski-Korpi and Jarkko Yulha. 42 for Kiteako, 41 for Lee Seongyang. Shui Quan not making his way through, but the group of 6 will understand what their role and result is. All the banners coming out and merging through the paddock because Zero Mileage Lubricants New GC ZM Racing Team have got themselves then the 3rd place mark overall. And they'll be very pleased as a team for what that gives them in terms of role and responsibility. And on another day, this team could have had 3 spots inside of top 4. They are that good. They are threats every time they go about it. And you just can't wait to see what they all do when they come back. 327 points, 100,000 Chinese Rembrandt then available for them in terms of how much they score in terms of prize money. To second though, and a team that is the nearest and direct challenger to your winners for the 2nd consecutive round. Done with absolute joy and every single driver scoring at least 84 points. On the outside of it, Jason Yin, Sebastian Fontine. Johnson Chen scoring 111. Kodai Sebagy 129. 166 for Pavel Corpalinski for 406. Rydans 441 BW Updrift are a tour de force. And they know that they are bringing up a new generation that wants to absolutely slam down against anyone and everyone. And they know what they are all about with business. An excellent, excellent exhibition from them. And they will now understand their role with 2nd place as Vernon holds the check up board for 170,000 Chinese Rembrandt. A huge result for them again. Back-to-back seconds in consecutive rounds. And so now to the all-conquering dominant team with a 1-2 result. Is it ever in any doubt? 235 and 197 points respectively. 89 points for Matskovich Khil. Outscores Lana Schneider by 3. But 521 points extends their margin in the team's championship. Time up. Get exactly what they need once again. With a huge, huge day at the office. They sweep and get all the marks, all the victories, all the trophies. And that will be heading back to Russia with love. The trophy in the hands of Danila Vorobiev. Oh, hold on, hold on. Don't pop your champagne early here, Sean. $270,000 Chinese Rembrandt goes the way of time up. A huge result. Has put it through on the board through some absolutely epic drifting. Let him sink it in. Celebrations are plenty going about on a wonderful, wonderful evening here in Tianjin at V1 Auto World. And some epic results that have come on through. The one thing that they will know above anything else is that that team is looking almost untouchable. Watch out there, Rick, with how they're going to set up. Some ace running, some ace battling, some wonderful results then in the team standings. And so the locomotiva of Time Up finds itself another express win in the pocket. Their next station to go and improve is Ningbo in September. You can buy your tickets now for it over with us on the Royal Drift Series. Some absolutely epic action that has come on through. Artem Shabanov's day, he swept the absolute lot, but the big key that comes along, Maxim Grossman extends his championship lead with a second place finish. Thank you so much for joining us here today with the Royal Drift Series. Wherever you may be watching, wherever you are around the world, some excellent stuff coming up. We'll see you in 2 months' time in September when we head yourself over to Ningbo. Confirmation results then. Artem Shabanov gets it 235 over Maxim Grossman 197, Pavel Corpalinski 166 and 156 for Urian Nielson. Sebagy takes a big 129 points as we look over the page to the likes of Keski Korpi, Johnson Chen there, and then into the top 16 where Chen goes ahead of Matskovich, Khil and Leonid Schneider and Sam Chen, who will take some important 86 points to bolster his championship out there. Jason Yu, Sebagy and Fontine together, Vangi dropping points as well. Jerry Ju there on 82. Mitch Lana, 57. Ultimately, top 32 cut for him. He could have found a lot more. Kevin Lee there as well on 44 points, as well as Tong Ling. On the 42s, Echo Gao, Leo Lee, Dio Gan, Luca Liu and Nick Lee. All there. All had opportunities out there in their tandem. Quite go the way that they desired in the early morning running. Kiteako and all the way down Xanhur, Marco Liu, Kevin Lan, Seongyang and Glenn Melazov all getting 41, with the exception of Kiteako. They're getting 42 points in on the docket. 2 more will score points out of here, being Lu Xiao and Shunghao. Ivanpei, Tianjin, the hometown boy, unable to get through the heart rate yesterday and qualify, being a point shy. Chunchilong, Hu Mingzhe as well in 36th position off of today's meet. Hi, Hu and Hao, Brian Chen, no chance of running today for the darling in the Franks. Shui Quan, Ken Chen, Charlie Luo, not getting the results that they want to. Even just Li Wenfeng, Xian Shen, and Jing Guan Chen being how everybody now looks to set. So, we'll see you again in Ningbo. Artem Shabanov, a Shaba Sweep, absolutely epic as far as result goes. We'll see you for more racing action in Ningbo in 2 months' time for the round 3. Series. I've been Shakespeare. Thank you very much.
Three, two, one, action！
漂移我认为是一项很帅的运动。蹦蹦，哇！ 其实我们也非常欢迎这样的大型博主，然后参与到这个漂移运动当中来。
我认为漂移是更精彩的，因为它像 NBA 一样，它每一秒钟都会发生事情。这一次也是哇，直接撞领先掉头，哇！
其实是为数不多见的拥有女车手的车队。
最厉害的点是因为我是女的呀，我是女生。
再折身过来，法拉利杀到内线能不能顺利出弯？
这一次是总共超过有100万美金的奖金全年度。
它对我来说是一个巨大的挑战。
这就是 World Juke Series， 而这不过是一个漫长故事的开始。This is World。
They say drift already has its kings, its legends, its places on the map.
First car to the line.
But what happens when a new place decides it wants everything?
Everybody stand by.
Not next year, not someday.
Car 90 is out.
Now. This is China, and this is not just another race weekend. This is the start of something bigger. A new championship, new names, new pressure, new rivals. A chance to write history from the very first run. Because when everything is new, every battle means more. Every corner matters more. Every name has a chance to become the first one remembered. And one question hangs over all of it. Who is about to change the sport?